Welcome to Pensar Basketball Live. We're going to be talking about Raptors Media Day, and a lot was said about rebuilding. Will the Raptors be as bad as Darko Rajakovic and Masai Ujiri specifically are insinuating, or will this be just yet another case of the Raptors doing exactly the opposite of what they intend to do? If you have been watching this team for the last 3 years, one thing is for sure, nothing is for sure. When you think they're supposed to tank, they become competitive. The year after Scottie Barnes was drafted, and they started a rookie who was allegedly a zero level scorer and not very ready with no center, you could argue they were trying to be bad. And then they went and they won 48 wins and then they sold themselves on winning. One thing is for sure, if the Raptors come out and they are competitive and they are good, they will invest in this core. So I think the onus is on Scottie Barnes and Immanuel Quickley and RJ Barrett. And I think this team has a clear directive to those guys. If you want to be good, show us that you're good. And I think if you're asking me, I would take the over. All right. So, first thing before we even start, Dikembe Mutombo has passed away at the age of 58. 58 is phenomenally young. So, I'm just going to pull myself off, and you're going to have a blank screen. And I just need y'all to have a moment of silence for Dikembe Mutombo. I realize it's not great for algorithm or retention or whatever, but Dikembe Mutombo is a phenomenal figure in NBA history. If you're a lifer, if you're a 90s basketball fan, 2000s, if you were a fan of the Allen Iverson led Sixers that went to the finals and, gave the Lakers a little bit of a panic attack in game one, if you're a fan of his humanitarian work with basketball in Africa, you know that Dikembe Mutombo has been a very big and very important person in NBA history. So a big shout out to a very large man who was larger than life and meant a lot to a lot of people, inspired millions with his career. And I realized that there's a tendency when someone passes away at 58 to just mourn their life and say it's so tragic, it's so tragic. But I will tell you this, very few of us will ever live a day as full as the Dikembe Mutombo lived every day. So let it be an inspiration that, you may not have a lot of time on this planet, make the most of it. And I think Dikembe Mutombo did. So let me pull myself off and then we'll get back to it. In this episode, we're going to be recapping the entire thing. We're going to go right through Media Day, minus all the pauses. Shout outs to Scottie Barnes trolling everybody with an 18-minute pause there by ducking out early. And we're gonna break down. We're gonna break down what we think is true, what we don't think is true. We're gonna break down Masai Ujiri's, very political answer about Ed Rogers. We're gonna talk about Darko Rajakovic building a house. And frankly, I'll be honest, I was doing the panel on Player's Choice, so I did not get to catch Immanuel Quickley's, I didn't get to catch Immanuel Quickley's media day, Jakob Pertl, Kelly Olynyk, RJ Barrett. We're gonna do you're gonna watch it with me. We're gonna watch it live. And if you watched it once, I apologize. We're a little bit late on this one, but you're gonna watch it again with my director commentary. Okay. So first a moment of silence for Dikembe Mutombo, and then we'll get right to it.
Everybody, good morning.
Let's do it.
No opening statement from Masai. Wants to get right to it. So go ahead with questions, please.
What's happening?
Michael.
Morning, Masai.
Morning, man. What's happening?
Not much. Michael Grange, Sportsnet. Just want to ask you how, if you were to attach an adjective to this season coming up, what would you use? Would it be rebuilding? Would it be, would it be competitive? Like,
I just want to stop this by saying the last time we heard from Masai Ujiri, there was a big kerfuffle over this very awkwardly phrased Michael Grange question in which he was trying to prod at Masai Ujiri to see whether or not he would admit that they were tanking. There's always a talk about lottery balls. There's always a talk about the draft. There's always a talk about draft picks. And look, I get it. He's persistent. And, respect to Michael Grange for that. Masai Ujiri is never going to come out and say, we're tanking. I don't think that's in his DNA. And I don't even think that's the truth. I don't think they're going to tank. I think they've done everything from a roster perspective to make sure that they will be as bad as they're supposed to be. But if Scottie takes a jump and Immanuel Quickley takes a jump, trust me, they're going to pivot real quick. So they're not going to say we're tanking because that's just not the way Masai thinks.
Is there a kind of evaluation you might want to provide for the season before it even starts?
I would use the word rebuilding. That's the right word to do. I think we have a clear path now going forward. First of all, thank you for being here, and hope everybody's doing okay. Yes, rebuilding, young team, growing team. I think we set a path that we went into the draft last year and got a couple young players, and we want to continue to grow and build this team around Scottie, who's 23 years old, and continue to grow as a team. So yes, in sports, you always want to be competitive and you play to win. We're going to play to win, but it is a rebuilding team. I think everybody sees that like loud and clear.
Thank you. We're going to go to Steve Simmons and then John Chidley Hill.
Masai, Steve Simmons, Toronto Sun. You've been very close to Larry Tannenbaum in your time with the Raptors. And there's obviously been a change now in the ownership, or will be a change when the deal is done, in the ownership of MLSE and by extension your basketball team. Mm-hmm. How does that in any way affect you, how you do your job, and what the future is for you with the Raptors?
It's a good question. I knew that question was coming. I think everybody came out for this one. So I'm going to set the record straight here. Business continues as usual. And I think everybody wants to ask the question of my relationship with Edward Rogers. And we have a great relationship. We've had the same exact relationship for 10 years. My relationship with Larry Tannenbaum is same way, mentor, same relationship. I've kept everything the same exact way. My job here is to do my job and win with this team and go forward with this team. I will address this. When you have negotiations are tough. And people talk about like negotiating, and when we negotiated my contract, yeah, those periods are tough. I had tough negotiations with my son, my 3-year-old son, this morning. It's every negotiation. I had tough negotiations with JQ when she was doing her contract. This is life. Yeah, we all go through this. So I want to set that clear that he has never treated me any different. Like from when that went on, we moved on. Everybody moves on. You have tough negotiations with everything we do. That's the nature of my job, and I have to do my job the best possible way that I can do it. In terms of Larry Tannenbaum, he's always been a mentor. He'll always be a mentor. These guys have treated me with respect here, and they've treated me well, and we'll keep going like that till we can. For me, that's my job. Guess what? I know I'm going to be judged on the way I do this job. Yeah, that's the way we're going to be judged, on what happens on the basketball court. That's why I'm here, and that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so let's get this whole narrative. Every time something comes up, WNBA war is Masai versus Edward. Any small thing that comes up, clear that. There's nothing. There's zero going on. Okay, but for us to do our job. Keith Pelly was hired here, and I think he's done an unbelievable job, excellent job with streamlining things, bringing things together. I had a great relationship with Marco. I had a great relationship with George Cope when he was here. I wish Bell all the best with all the stuff that that's going on. They were very good to me in every single way. So I just want to set that clear and straight with everybody. I'm going to be judged on basketball, not any relationship with anybody or how anything is perceived to be.
I'm going to say that that's probably not 100% true, but I appreciate that he would toe the company line. What do you expect him to come out and say? The guy who owns the company is a douche. The guy who's taking controlling interest of the Toronto Raptors is a nightmare to work with. I hate the guy. I've hated him ever since he took over. I hate the fact that he didn't want to support WNBA. I'm gonna miss Larry Tannenbaum. Larry Tannenbaum was like a father to me, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I mean, like it is. He's saying all he can say. But that being said, I do think this Edward Rogers versus Masai Ujiri thing has been blown out of proportion. Masai asked for a ton of money on his last contract negotiation. And I feel that anyone who maybe isn't that enthused about basketball to begin with, is going to have that old head, suburbs hockey attitude of who the fuck is this guy to ask for this much money? And if that's all it was and that's where it ended, like once Masai signed the contract, there was no hard feelings, then yes, that's true. This whole shit has been massively overblown. But at the same time, when you go public or it becomes public that you are calling this guy somewhat overrated, and then he proceeds to have the 4 or 5 year, since the championship that Masai has had, you better believe he's on a hot seat here. And you can say what you want about the championship, but Pascal Siakam participated in that championship. He's gone. Fred VanVleet participated in that championship, was a huge part of it. He's gone. Nick Nurse coached that championship team. He's gone. I think we are at a point right now where the championship simply does not matter as much in terms of the equations of what's going forward. Clearly, this team is building around Scottie Barnes. His relationship, the team's existing relationship with Masai Ujiri will matter, I think, to some extent. And I think that that is a really important part of this is that Scotty has to become the type of person that you have to woo. You know what I mean? Like it will matter to some extent. Like we just went through this with Vince Carter, and we were revising it. Vince did not want Rob Babcock, etc. Had they perhaps gone with his preferred hire, or at least consulted him with the hiring. So if Scotty becomes the type of guy that you have to keep happy, then I think Masai Ujiri's job stability here is a lot safer. If Scotty comes out and proves himself to be more of a middling star, more of a 25th best player than a fifth best player in the league, then I think, from the business side of it, I think Rodgers can perhaps look at it and say, what do we really have to lose by going in another direction? So I think that, he's speaking as truthfully as he can, but I don't think it's completely true.
Thank you. Chitters.
Masai, John Chidley Hill with the Canadian Press. On the note of the negotiations between you and MLSE, are they going to be ongoing throughout the season? Do you have like a timeline? Like how is the sort of the process working?
And there's no timeline and there's no negotiations. My contract is not up for a while, so it's not something we're talking about. Like it's business as usual, and we do our jobs.
And we're going to go Doug, Eric, Samson, Paul.
Hey, Masai, Doug Smith, the Toronto Star. How are you?
Oh,
Very good, man. What's happening?
Not bad. Given all that Darko had to go through last season with the trades and the injuries and people absences, what do you expect from him this summer, and what have you seen him over the summer grow into the job?
Darko has had an unbelievable summer, and I truly appreciate everything that he's brought on to this team and to the program. His development process is incredible. Attention to detail, player by player. You can ask every single player that has come here. We had various mini camps all over the world. And we know how Darko is. He's a global coach. He uses all his resources to help these players, whether it's from Basketball Without Borders to the Olympics or wherever we were. This player, every single player, including our top players, for RJ and Kelly to appear in a camp a week after mini camp, a week after the Olympics is over. Scottie Barnes taking leadership and Quickley. For us, I think it's trending the right way, and I think that's Darko's imprint on how he wants the team to be, how he wants to play, what he wants the culture to be, and we're in full support of that.
Thank you. So we're going to go to Eric, then Samson, Cahal, Josh.
Eric Corrine, The Athletic. Happy Media Day, Masai.
How are you?
I'm all right. As much as I'd like to ask about your negotiations with JQ, I'll ask about IQ instead.
Yes.
Shout outs to Eric. I can tell he was thinking of that joke. And as someone who often thinks of a joke and then wonders if I should say it, that's good for you.
You know, when a contract like that comes first for a player, not only do the on-court expectations come, but sort of it puts somebody in the center of a team or around the team. In your brief time when IQ was here, what made you think he was ready for that sort of more central role on the team?
Talent, his personality, basketball IQ, shooting a premium in the NBA now, competitive work ethic. His work ethic is incredible. I saw him in South Africa wake up every early morning to work out with Darko every single day during Basketball Without Borders. I saw him visit teammates in the Olympics, work out every single day. To me, it's the mindset. What kind of mindset do you have, and what kind of work ethic do you have, and what kind of person, character are you? And Quickley has actually shown us that he is very, very capable of these things, and he'll try his best, he'll try his hardest, and that's all you ask for in professional sports. You're getting paid to do it, and these times and payday come, and business continues as usual for him, and that's what he's shown us.
Samson Folk, Raptors Republic, just over here, Masai. So anytime you or Darko have talked about this team recently, you've preached patience, used the term rebuilding. When I've asked Scottie or IQ about it, or any player, they kind of bristle at the idea of rebuilding. How do you manage that, and how have those conversations gone between you and the players as far as like their vision of competitiveness and how this team looks?
Yeah, I don't want them to talk about rebuilding. That's me. Yeah, they should be talking about winning, and they should be talking and playing and competing. So they're talking about the right thing. Yeah, that's where you want their mindset to be. They do their jobs, we do our jobs, right? But the communication is always there. I'm in constant communication with Scottie Barnes, constant communication with IQ, with RJ, where these guys are players, and we have to keep them in the loop of how we're thinking of this team and growing this team. So yes, I want them to think competitive and winning. Yeah, let us think about the team and managing the team. That's our job, and they'll do it as much as they can on their level, you know. But competing is what you want them to be, and they are competitors.
So it's interesting to note that Masai Ujiri has somewhat done this. This has happened twice in Raptors history that I can remember very clearly. One was Rob Babcock coming out and basically saying we're not very good when the Raptors had Jalen Rose, if you recall, and Jalen Rose was like, he was kind of caught off guard just how early in the season that Rob Babcock had pulled the plug on the season and basically said we're not going to be very good. And he was like, this is like the bad news bears or something like that. I remember that quote very clearly. I'm thinking how absurd it was at the time for, an executive to come out and basically tell the whole world that his team is going to be really bad. We have Tillman Fertitta over in Houston, the owner of the Houston Rockets, saying, we think we have the deepest team in the league. Now, is that true? Possibly not. But, it's good to feel like you have that faith from the people who are running the ship. Now, I will say this. It is interesting to note that the second time this happened was right before We the North, where Masai Ujiri effectively pulled the plug on the Rudy Gay situation, said we're not good enough, and then started parsing out the pieces with Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan. And at that point, it was DeMar and Kyle who had that conversation to say, we don't know how long we're going to be playing together, but let's go out with a bang. And that weird freedom from any expectations created all that winning. Somehow the pieces just meshed. So you look at that team, with Kyle and DeMar, and whatever Kyle became later, whatever DeMar became later in 2013, 2014, neither were even as good as what Scottie Barnes is today. Neither of them were all-stars. Neither of them were superstars. Neither of them were all NBA. They were just guys. They were guys who were about to get traded for very little on the dollar. And so you take a look at all those role players. You take a look at this team, size up that roster to this roster side by side. You got Terrence Ross, you got Amir Johnson, those guys that created We the North. Is this team about as good as that team? Could you, if you squint your eyes, could you sell yourself on, Immanuel Quickley and Scottie Barnes and RJ Barrett being about as good as Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan and whatever the hell else, whoever, Jonas Valanciunas. Can you sell yourself on the idea of Jakob Poeltl being a better starting center right now than JV was back then, offense for defense aside? I think you could. And that team didn't just squeak into the playoffs. That team was first in the Atlantic Division, and that team got off to a 6-12 start, and that team ended up going 7 games in the first round. I think the Raptors have done just about every single thing imaginable to make sure that they're not very good. And I think they're going to continue to do things to make sure they're not very good. They've depleted this team of depth. They did not bring back Gary Trent Jr. They took back absolutely nothing of value or consequence for Pascal Siakam. Bruce Brown is a question mark of question marks. Kelly Olynyk was very bad defensively for the Raptors, although we could argue that Kelly has been proven to be a good defender when paired with a rim protector, but you're not pairing him with a rim protector. So you're almost putting everyone in a position to fail. And so the question then becomes, didn't you put everyone in a position to fail in 2013, 2014? I think if I'm Immanuel Quickley and Scottie Barnes on the bus or even in the back of the media room right now, and I'm hearing my coach saying we're rebuilding, this is year one of the rebuild. I'm hearing Masai Ujiri say, I want these guys. You know, the way Masai is talking about this, it almost sounds like I want my kids to think they're going to Disneyland. That's what I have to tell them every time I take them to the dentist. Here's the good news if you're a Toronto Raptor fan. Unlike the New York Knicks, unlike the Minnesota Timberwolves, unlike the Phoenix Suns, unlike the Chicago Bulls to some extent, you have options. That option, flexibility that everyone likes to clown, it's real. It is very real. Now, we can argue that if this team is really good, it means your core pieces are carrying the weight because there's nothing else. There's nobody else that can be the reason you're winning. Either it's the biggest fluke on earth, you just face injured team after injured team after injured team, and you just keep winning on the luckiest shots imaginable. But more likely than not, with your terrible schedule, if you are going to be good, it is because your core 3 to 4 best players, all of whom are strapped up for long-term deals, are assets and are tradable assets, are really good. Scottie Barnes must take the step up to Scottie Barnes basically has to take the same step that Kyle took, really. In a long and short way, if Scottie Barnes can become the type of player, that can be third team All NBA. We don't need to go first team All NBA right now, even though I listened to a Zach Lowe podcast in which he and Seth Pardon were talking back and forth about whether Scottie could be a first team All NBA and how you need that guy. We don't have to go first team All NBA right now. Can we get to third team All NBA? That is a natural progression from All Star. All Star at 22, first team All NBA, third team All NBA or second team All NBA, especially with the new injury restrictions, etc. Okay, if the Raptors are successful, Scottie Barnes will get a ton of credit for that. Will Immanuel Quickley get a ton of credit for that? I think this team has a chance to be good. And I think they are looking at themselves saying, hey, look at the starting lineup here. If Grady Dick is as good as some of his most optimistic observers believe him to be, if Immanuel Quickley's hard work that we're hearing about, and we're going to continue hearing about with Darko Rajakovic and Masai Ujiri talking about how he was up at 5 a.m. in South Africa and he was like doing all this stuff and he's been working so hard all summer and he wants to prove that he's worth this massive contract. Guess what? Immanuel Quickley is not that far away from the player DeMar DeRozan was way back when. I don't care what DeMar became. What DeMar became is a complete, anomaly from where he was. Trust me. Where he was back then to where he became, like what he became is it's a story for the ages. But nobody saw that coming. Then you take into account all these so-called variables that we have no evidence of NBA progression. You have a 25-year-old rookie on this team, a 25-year-old rookie, okay? We have never seen him play in the NBA, but chances are this guy could end up surprising a lot of people. Brandon Carlson. Now, I have no hopes of him being a rotation player, but what if he became one? Jonathan Mobo. Do you know how many times a second-round pick who was a little bit older, who had a kind of weird, bumpy ride, somehow just ended up surprising a lot of people? I think about Malcolm Brogdon as an example. Now, I'm not saying Jonathan Mobo is Malcolm Brogdon, but would it surprise anybody with a draft class this week that Jonathan Mobo carves out a starting lineup role by the end of the year, and he's their starting power forward, playing with Scottie at the 3, RJ at the 2, Immanuel at the 1. And Jonathan Mobo is just that good because his positional versatility and all the space. I mean, look, Jonathan did not play on a great team in college. Who the hell is to say what he would do with better players? He's a smart player. He's versatile, positionally versatile. He could really make that jump. And at that point, now you have all these little, granted, I'm saying everything's got to work out, right? Scotty's got to take the step. Emmanuel's got to take the step. RJ's got to, and then at that point, RJ, Jakob Poeltl has to maintain at the very least his value. Kelly Olynyk and Bruce Brown have to be positive contributors. One of the second draft guys like Davion Mitchell or Ochai Agbaji have to turn into something reasonable. And you have to get a pop from one of your rookies, if not two of your rookies. And my money would be on Jonathan Mobo and Jamal Shedd because they're the older guys who have the pedigree. But who knows what Brandon Carlson, Ulrich Chomche, or Jacoby Walter end up becoming for this team. What I'm saying is the Raptors have a lot of uncertainty. So you can say it's a year one of a rebuild, but no one said, and I don't think anyone has to say, that rebuild equals losing. Okay? I think I think rebuild equals, open season on expectations, right? If you told me the Raptors finished 14th in the East because they suffered some injuries, shut some guys down, Jakob Poeltl, wasn't good. I don't know. Yeah, I could see it. It's hard for me to believe that they'll be worse than some of these teams. But if you told me they finished 6th, I'm actually not that surprised. This team has a chance to be sneaky good. Just, I don't know if Masai sees it.
Hi, Masai. How are you?
Oh, what's happening? I think this might be the first time you've ever asked me a question in a press conference. I'm waiting for Festchuk to ask me one in the press conference.
I'm not.
I wanted to ask a question about the change of ownership, and it creates a conversation about how the owner of an entity or a team affects its performance and affects the relationship within the teams. I don't know if anybody's ever asked you how you interact with ownership. How often do you talk to them? What do you talk about? Or maybe you don't talk to them. I don't know.
No, I interact with them. I've always interacted with ownership all the time, whether it's Marco, whether it's Edward Antoni, or whether it's Larry Tannenbaum, and when it was George Cope, and even when it was Glenn Silverstreet, I still have a relationship with these guys and interact with them all the time. That's always going to be clear. I think when you have guys like Tim Lewicki or Keith Pelly, I think sometimes people talk about what level are these guys and how much control or what do they say. I deal with my job, yes, and my job dealing with Keith Pelly or when Tim Lewicki was here and interacting with them the best possible way. And same thing with ownership. It doesn't change my relationship, or I don't have to go through anybody to call anybody, but I respect what the levels of these people's jobs are. And to me, it's always very clear, but always had a great relationship with these guys, whether it's meeting with them, whether it's texting, whether it's calling, whether it's asking for something or they're asking me for something. Yeah, in 10 years, there's never been any distractions in whatsoever. And I'm not just saying it here to prove anything or to say anything to you guys. Yes, negotiations were tough, but during my contract, but that's about it. Our relationship has been steady, clear, and the same way for 10 years, and that's how it will continue to be.
So we're going to go Josh, Aaron, Joe, Lindsay, and then we'll see where we're at for all those guys.
Hey, Masai, Josh Lewenberg, TSN.
What's happening?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good.
I wanted to ask you about the two injured guards. Can you take us through the timeline for Bruce, why the decision was made for him to have surgery and why?
I do want to add one little tidbit. There's been a lot of talk about Jacoby Walter getting injured, a lot of loose lips on, or maybe tight-lipped a little bit on the timeline. From what I understand, Jacoby will be back in 4 weeks, and he had a collision in practice. That is what led to this. That's what I understand. So expect him to be out of preseason, expect him to be probably back within the first 2 weeks of of the season, I think this could be a blessing in disguise. Okay. I'm just going to say that it could be a blessing in disguise with the way the Raptors develop, with the way their coaching staff develops. There's a really good chance that if you put an underdeveloped, physically underdeveloped, and somewhat upper body weak guard in the NBA, day one, you lose a little bit of confidence. I think what this will do because of his injury, provided it's nothing lingering, provided it's something that heals properly, I think this could be a blessing in disguise because this will give him a chance to step back and learn without having to worry about performance and all that stuff. Just literally redshirt it. And look, we went through this with OG in his rookie season as well, right? Where OG was expected to miss some time, then he came back a little bit early, but sometimes it helps to not have the pressure to have to play and just to be able to observe. We saw this with Chet Holmgren, although he missed an entire year. We saw this with Blake Griffin missing an entire year. Sometimes it happens this way. And again, it doesn't mean the growth stops. We saw this with Scottie Barnes last year. Scottie Barnes missed a ton of time. And from what I understand from everyone I've talked to around him, that's the period through which he grew the most. So just because a guy's injured doesn't mean it's doom and gloom. And I've read a lot of comments about like, oh my God, this is terrible for Jacoby's, rookie season, etc. I understand where you're coming from, but devil's advocate, this could be the best thing in the world for him because it's going to give him a chance to really learn the schemes, learn the system, get his feet wet. And then when he's ready to come back, you can start him at the 905. You probably won't see him until maybe late November, early December, at which point, we'll see what his role is, but this will give him a chance to build up his confidence very slowly. So I think it's a good thing.
That decision wasn't made earlier. And then in terms of Jacoby, do you anticipate him being ready for the season, and how much do you think this will set him back to start his career, if at all?
I don't think there's any setbacks with Jacoby. It's very unfortunate. He has this strain on his shoulder, but I just spent some time with him this morning and the last couple of days, and he's doing well. And for me, a timeline is a timeline. There's going to be it doesn't set him back in the season because they've just put in so much work all year, and he's a focused kid, and he'll always be like that. For Bruce, just to make things clear, Bruce was cleared in the summer, and as he began to ramp things up a couple of weeks ago, his knee flared up. And once he did that, we went for another checkup, and the decision was made that he should have surgery. But all summer, Bruce had been good, and he was working out, and he's participated with the team. And once he began to ramp things up, then it flared up. So our decision there was collective with him, his agent, the doctors, our doctors, and we came up with this with the time frame for the surgery, and we look forward to having him back.
Hi, Masai. Aaron Rose on SI.
How you
Good
doing?
to see you. I'm well.
Stuff.
How will you measure success in a rebuilding season?
It's a good question. I think the growth and progress of all our players. I think with Darko, like some of the things we're trying to put plays, systems, how we want to play. I think defense, what we're grasping. The progress of our players is going to really tell, and you'll be able to see. Young teams find it difficult to win in this league. That's just the way the league is, but we want to really build on this, and it's not there'll be no excuses on our side.
Okay, so first thing I want to just clarify quickly. How young are the Toronto Raptors? A lot has been talked about how young this team is. Look at the starting lineup and tell me how young they are. RJ Barrett is 24, but this guy is very advanced when it comes to basketball experience, basketball age. He's been playing hoop for a very long time. Okay, I don't give a shit that he's 24 years old. This guy has been hooping since he was a kid. He's grown up in the game. He's not young. He's not young. I don't think anyone considers RJ Barrett a young player. Scottie Barnes is in year 4. That is right around when players are expected to really start producing results. He is off his rookie contract starting the end of this season. I know he's 23 and he's young, but he's not any less capable. And he's, by the way, he was a positive contributor to winning on day one as a rookie. He's 10 times the player today that he was when he was a rookie. So again, Immanuel Quickley, he's been playing a key role on winning teams literally since he was a rookie. Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't think of Immanuel Quickley as a super young player. He's 24 years old. I think he's 25 at this point. 25 years old, just signed a $32 million contract. Again, if he's young, then who isn't young? Okay. Add in Kelly Olynyk, Jakob Poeltl, Bruce Brown. Okay. None of these guys are young. None of them. Okay. What about Ochai Agbaji and Davion Mitchell? 25 years old, 26 years old. Is that young? Who the fuck is young? You just drafted 3 rookies that are all 23 and 25. They're not that young either. They've been playing basketball for a really long time. Jamal Shed, the winningest player in Houston basketball last year. He was the winningest player in college basketball, I think, for the last 4 years. How is he young? Again, I understand you're younger than you used to be, but by how much? How much? OG Anunoby's 26. You traded him for a guy who's 25. You didn't get that much younger. Okay. Pascal Siakam was 29. You traded him for Bruce Brown, who was 27. You didn't get that much younger. Like, I'm sorry. Like, Ulrich is young. He's 18. He's going to be in the G League for most of the year. Jacoby is young. He's probably not going to be playing major rotation minutes for you this year. Those are your young guys. Who the fuck else is young? You have 5 rookies on this team. So yes, by NBA years, you're young. But 3 of them are over the age of 23. How is that young? I don't get it. Personally, I don't get it. When I think of young teams, I think of teams like, that are expecting to play major rotation for like 18 and 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds. Okay. Guys who are physically underdeveloped or maybe raw to the game or whatever. There's no Bilal Coulibaly in your starting lineup. I'm sorry. Okay. Grady Dick. Grady is young. That's your young player. So in your key rotation, your 8-man rotation, the only guy under 24 is Grady Dick. How the fuck are you young? You understand what I'm saying? You're not young. You're not young.
We'll continue to try and compete every night, and we see where progress will be, and some of the things that we need to work on, and some of the things our team is going to need as we build through.
Okay, to this concept of RJ is 24, OG is 27. To me, and I know this is true, based on how long RJ has played, based on how advanced his game is, based on how much basketball mileage and basketball reps and basketball positions he's been put in as a first option throughout most of his college and high school career, not college career, but he was a very, very highly ranked player. And when you are that highly ranked, I'm sorry, you're just older. Like, to me, you're older. This is not a situation like Pascal Siakam where, okay, he picked up basketball late, or even Joel Embiid, where he was still new to the game at 19. RJ was like a vet at 21. You understand? Like, there's a difference in basketball age, and I think that's where maybe if Masai Ujiri is just looking at the date of birth of all these guys, they're like, all right, 23 years old, 24 years old, 24. You just keep bringing in people from winning situations. Okay, Davion was, at least for the last 2 years, on a pretty decent team. Okay, he played on a pretty decent team throughout all of college. All your players are winning players. You don't have a lot of 18, 19-year-old raw kids who've never played really super competitive basketball before on a high level where winning was the objective. You're not really taking a ton of guys from teams like the Pistons, or, there's no Killian Hayes on this team. You know what I mean? Like, you're not. Try to see where I'm coming from on this one, and you'll understand very quickly the Raptors are not young in the way that a lot of other teams that have been young in the past have been considered young.
The future.
So we've got Joe and then Lindsay, and I can probably put 2 more on there.
Hi, Masai. Joe Wolf on with The Score. You guys, for a long time, were a team that really prided yourselves on defense, and the team was built in such a way that was the end of the floor where you were.
Sorry, T-Dot's finest. Yes, I agree. My bad. Scottie is 23. He and Grady are your 2 young players. And I would argue they are 2 of the most decorated high school players in the last 20 years. Grady won Mr. Basketball. Sorry, not Mr. Basketball. Gatorade Basketball Player of the Year. Scottie was a 5-star recruit at the age of 16. He's had 3 gold medals. Like, Scottie was a positive contributor to winning as a rookie, which is never supposed to happen. Scottie is so far ahead in terms of look, Victor Wembanyama is not your average 19-year-old. LeBron James was not your average 19-year-old. Now, I'm not saying Scottie and Grady are Victor and those guys. What I'm saying is different people age and cap at different ages. Okay, like different people, yeah, like just because Elon Musk can run a company at 30 doesn't mean the average person can run a company at 30. Some people need a little bit more time, some people need a little less time. Usually, the part of basketball that makes young people really bad at winning is their IQ and their physical development. Jonathan Mobo has no such problem. Scottie Barnes has no such problem. Jamal Shed has no such problem. You understand what I'm saying? There's nothing that stops these guys from contributing on day one. I'm sorry.
Kind of going to butter your bread, and then for various reasons, you slipped to 26th in defensive rating last year. So as you kind of look toward the future and in this rebuilding season, as you've called it, what kind of growth do you see happening at the defensive end of the floor, and like what needs to happen in order to bring that back to the level that you'd grown accustomed to?
Yeah, it's not something we're proud of last year. I think it's going to come down to effort. Some of the effort we make. I think Darko has used this as a point of emphasis this year and this summer, and I think we will continue to try and get better at this as young players, the type of players. We also have to take responsibility on the type of players we bring, to the program, and I think guys like Shed, Mokbo, those guys are going to help us bring defensive intensity too, and we hope to continue to grow on that. So it's not an excuse for us again. We were not very good at it, and we hope to continue to get better defensively.
Thanks, Masai. We're going to go Lindsay, then Will, and then Mike, and then we'll see where we stand.
Hey, Masai, Lindsay Dunn, City News, just over here.
Hi.
Very bright orange. Earlier in the year, Teresa Rest stepped down to become obviously the president of Toronto's first WNBA team. I'm curious if you guys have hired somebody as a vice president of basketball operations and player development, who it is, if they're here, and how you think they'll help the team.
Yes, I've hired Tyler, and she's standing right there, so you can all look back, and she's going to wave. We're super, super excited. Yes, tough loss with Teresa, but she's gone on to do bigger and better, and Tyler has come on to do bigger and better with us. Well, this position is very, very important. I think in our organization, with operations, with ideas, with creativity, with how we work, and I think Teresa did an incredible job, and Tyler will even take it to another level. I'm so excited for my girl Teresa with her new job and where she is. I think she'll do great, and it's a blessing for us to have that team in Toronto.
Thanks. Go ahead, Will.
Hey, Willu from the Hello and Welcome podcast.
What's happening?
What's up, Masai? How you doing, man?
I'm very good.
I wanted to ask about something you said earlier about Scottie's leadership, and there's been a huge investment put into him. You guys did that press conference earlier this summer when you guys re-signed him. But what have you seen from his growth as a person, as a leader, maybe some examples of what you've seen this summer from him that makes you guys feel really confident about building the franchise around him?
It's really a seriousness, and I was talking to a coach, who coaches Scottie during the summer sometimes, and I asked him, to tell me what the difference is he's seen, and he said, just seriousness, level of intensity in terms of workout mindset, what he wants to accomplish. And then how he holds the team accountable. He's a leader. He's showing it, I think, on the court. But we should not always forget, Scottie's 23 years old, and we all make mistakes. Yeah, I'm 7 years old, and I made tons of mistakes. These guys are going to make mistakes every step of the way.
It so weirdly sounded like he said I'm 70 years old, but I'm positive I misheard that.
But honestly, what I've seen this whole summer, dedication to work, dedication to really pay attention to what he wants to get better at. I respect that about him, and I think there's going to be some growth with him this year.
Mike, who's back?
Hi, Masai. Mike from L'Express. First question for me, too.
How are you?
I was wondering, what did you like about Ulrich Chomche that make you make the move to draft him and being the first from NBA Academy Africa to be drafted in the NBA?
Very, very, very intriguing young player. I remember watching him the first time at Bal, and he showed incredible instinct defensively, and he also work ethic, playing hard, and that mindset. Those Cameroonian guys, man, they're tough. You know, they know what they want. When I go back to Lukumba Mute, Joel Embiid, our dear Pascal Siakam, Christian Koloko, there's something about those guys that, you know, they fight hard. It's pride for them. They want to succeed. They want to accomplish. And Chomche is the same way. And we're hoping we can take him and help him develop and grow as a player.
I'm going to try and squash in two more before you have to move on, Masai, and the first one is S.
I'm Masai, Spendio Berahini for Forbes. Over the last year, especially this summer, we saw the first summer with the CBA, the new CBA, and I'm wondering if, you know, have you noticed any trends or anything different when talking to other teams about the way that they're operating, maybe in terms of team building?
You know, it's interesting. We're still really studying it. You know, I go to my expert Bobby. These things are tough. With the aprons, it's tough on teams. You know, and we have to be cognizant to the way we build teams and things you commit to and things you don't commit to. As you see, deals are going to be like a little tougher. There were fewer this year, especially during free agency. But our jobs are to find ways, and I don't want to say loopholes, but I get in trouble. But we need to find ways in the new CBA to build our teams efficiently, to produce consistently. We've seen a few teams shed now in terms of contracts, and that's one thing teams are paying attention to, and we all have to pay attention to that.
Thank you. And last question goes to Andrew. Go ahead.
Masai over here. Andrew Damelin with CHCH News.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. Thanks for having me. What's your ideal vision of IQ and Scottie complementing each other or playing off of each other on the court?
Both playmakers, both of them, I think, can attack the rim. IQ is an excellent shooter. There's going to be a level of spacing with how they play. And I think Scottie's size, IQ's quickness, and the ability to stop. You need these kind of versatile players on your team, and we're lucky to have both of them. JQ, let's give Grange. He's been putting his hand here up for like 4 hours. Come on, Grange. And you wore orange too, so thank you.
Yeah, Michael Grange, Sportsnet. So just to get back to the idea of rebuilding, I mean, commonly teams that identify that way are looking to prioritize the draft over any particular outcome in the season. Is that something you're going to consider or manage as the season goes along?
How many times can you ask the same question before somebody just like snaps and like throws something at you? I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to be professional about this, but like he's been asking the same question for like 6 months. All he wants is like to have a quote that says, "Yes, we are tanking." He's never going to say that, man. Just move on.
Trying to take advantage of draft position.
Yeah, I think when teams go through this, you go out and set the tone of how you play and how you want the culture of your team to be set, and you hope for the best. But we all know what reality is in this league, and the draft is a way for us to build teams and to acquire players, especially in a market like our market.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the brilliance of not having to watch this live is I can literally speed forward and get rid of all these pauses, which is great.
For all of
And so Darko starts out by acknowledging that it's the 30th year anniversary and a lot of political
to talk to them, to work with players. And also there was a lot of opportunity for me and my coaching staff to focus on areas that we want to improve, learning from, from other coaches, other leagues, other teams. It's always opportunity to learn during the summer. And we took it very seriously this year. We did a great job there, and we're feeling very confident entering this season.
Thanks. Sorry, let's go to Doug, right here. Apologies, trying to make a list and it wasn't working.
Darko, how are you, sir?
Doing great, Doug. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Masai talked about rebuilding when he was just speaking with us half an hour ago. How does a coach, as a competitor, balance long-term rebuilding with wanting to win every night?
Obviously, the goal is to compete and to win every night. That's a goal. But at the same time, we got to understand where we are. We got to understand that the moment of the organization, and we're starting year one of our rebuild.
Okay. It is a long tradition of mine to just diffuse bullshit when it starts. Okay. I want to be clear. I don't think this is year one of a rebuild. They can say it 5,000 times over and over and over. But to me, year one of this rebuild was Tampa. When you tanked and you got Scottie Barnes and you decided to hold on to Scottie Barnes and make him a pillar of your organization going forward, and then you decided to build around him. I'm sorry, that's where it started. You can't rewrite the last 3 years where you should have been tanking and you should have been, assembling young players, etc. Because that's really like, this is gaslighting 101, right? It doesn't matter. Look, all rebuilds are not equal and rebuilds don't all look the same, but ultimately you think that Scottie Barnes is that guy. That's why you just paid him what you think you paid him. That's why you moved off from Pascal Siakam. That's why you moved everything to his timeline. That's why you're surrounding him with movement shooters. It's not so that he can be the second cog to somebody else's thing. It's, you know what I mean? Like, and that's fine. That's fine. You can disagree. That's perfectly fine. But I don't think that you get to rewrite history books and just say, well, that was that, but this is the real year one. I think you're just kind of tempering expectations, and that's fine. That's fine. But I just want our listeners to know that the reality of this is the Raptors have been assembling and accumulating young players, young talent, etc. And perhaps they should have accumulated more to this point. And I think that's probably what people are upset about. That, hey, you traded away picks, your young players didn't work out, you fired your coach, you brought in a developmental coach, and then kind of gave him like the shittest roster ever to develop, traded for Jakob Poeltl, et cetera, et cetera. But let's be clear about this. And this is not year one of your rebuild. You've been in the lottery three times in the last 5 years. This is not year one of a rebuild. Like this, let's not lie about this. This is not year one of a rebuild.
We have very young core. We have guys that we believe in, and we have work to do. So every night we're going to prepare to go and compete and fight and bring the best we can. But at the same time, we got to see the big picture and understand what are we trying to achieve. And we're trying to build a team that's going to compete for championships, and we need to lay down the path towards that.
So we're going to go Josh, then Lewis, then Lindsay, Aaron, and then Chelsea.
Josh Lewenberg, TSN. Hey, Darko, how's it going?
Doing great, Josh.
On the subject of that young core, how do the expectations for Grady differ from this time last year going into year number 2?
I think they go along the same way. We're expecting from Grady as much all of other players of the team to show improvement, to show growth. There has to be a bigger picture for him and bigger picture for our team, and there has to be patience. As we all know, when you work with young players, you want to see the growth, but that growth never comes with a linear line. It's always ups and downs, and we had a chance to see that with Grady last year. What Grady did really good job day in, day out is bringing same energy, same effort, same focus, and that allowed him to show the growth last year. So all we want and what we worked on for the last 6 months is to get him to the next level. So I expect a lot of growth, a lot of improvement this year from him.
Okay, Rob Birdman. I think what people think of is that now that we've traded OG and Pascal and got rid of Fred, that now the rebuild is really starting, if that makes sense. I get what you're saying, but that doesn't make sense. Let me tell you why. You traded OG, right, for two players that are offensively better than OG. You traded Pascal Siakam, admittedly, for a package that a team that is rebuilding would trade for, which is trade fodder and first round picks. But then you used one of those first round picks to get a player that's older than Pascal, which is Kelly Olynyk, who is still a very serviceable rotation big in the league. And you got Ochai Agbaji. You didn't get 19-year-olds, right? There's still a 1 foot in, 1 foot out the door mentality with this team, right? I'm sorry. If my goal is to lose, I'm not trading for Kelly Olynyk. I'm sorry. We'll say what you will about his defense, whatever. Kelly Olynyk helps you win right now. If my goal is to lose, I don't have Jakob Poeltl on this roster right now. To those of you who think that we're tanking, unless you're planning on, covertly wink, wink, shutting him out for the season, Jakob Poeltl is going to help you win at least 6 games that you shouldn't win this year. Trust me, he helps so much. Like Jakob Poeltl is like, he's like the balance. Like, do you know what I mean? Like he basically holds water for all your weak perimeter defenders. So effectively right now, what I think is internally happening is you're building up a roster of players that all have winning habits, are of somewhat, let's call it Scotty's timeline, and are maneuverable contracts that can be moved. Say what you will about Kelly Olynyk, he can be moved. He can easily be moved at 12 million, 2 years. Yeah, he can be moved. Bruce Brown can be moved. Can he be moved for a first round pick? TBD. RJ Barrett, if that were, the sacrificial lamb, Grady Dick, all of these are movable pieces, like every one of them. So really everything is hinging on what is Scotty. Because I'll tell you right now, if Scotty hits Anthony Edwards level or whatever the hell you think is a first, second team all NBA, there's no reason to commit to this. You think this team is gunning for 10th because they want slightly better odds at Cooper Flag? This is a team that was 6th in the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes and said, nah, fuck it. We'll trade 3 picks for Jakob Poeltl to make it better. Now you can say their emotional investment to Fred VanVleet and Pascal Siakam, etc., was higher than their current emotional investment to Scottie Barnes. But I would say, this is the Raptors. Their emotional investment to their players is always sky high. And whatever you want to say, if the Raptors come out to a hot start, which of course schedule is not going to allow, they will put into this team. I'm telling you, man, they're not parsing out pieces if they're even close to 500. So you can say all you want. Now, what I think is going to help losing is who you decide to play, right? So you have a big like Kelly Olynyk who is not a center. And so by playing him at center, you're going to hurt your defense. You have a player like, say, for instance, an RJ Barrett or a Grady Dick. And maybe in an ideal world, you wouldn't want to play both of them together because neither one are great point of attack defenders. Maybe you need to stagger their minutes. Maybe you need to help them a little bit. So in order to tank, you play them together and then don't help them, right? You ask them straight up, guard, we're not going to play zone because we're not trying to cover for you. Okay. Well, now you can aid the winning, which is to say you can actually deliberately put guys in positions to fail, right? You can hold guys out a little bit longer. You can stagger Bruce Brown's minutes. You can play guys out of position. You can play a lineup with Ochai Agbaji and Davion Mitchell until you blow your brains out or scratch your eyes out. Okay. Like there's a lot of things you can do. You can play rookies and call it development. You can do a lot of things, right? You can hold guys out. You can lessen the minutes, right? You can try a lot of funky lineups. Scottie Barnes plus the bench. So Scottie Barnes plus 4 bench players. Granted, you do not have Jalen McDaniels anymore, but Scottie Barnes plus 4 bench minutes is a lineup that bled minutes last year. So anytime you're in a close game, all you have to do is go Scottie plus Ochai plus Davion plus Kelly plus Mobo, and you will lose you'll lose that 5-minute stretch. So you can artificially create losses here, is what I'm saying, right? But this notion, this comment right here, it just doesn't make sense because I think the reason that so many people are so frustrated with the Toronto Raptors, and I think a lot of the media people that I've talked to that cover other teams are frustrated with the Toronto Raptors, is because they seem to be aiming in two different places. They don't want to be bad, but they're not willing to be good. You understand? You're aiming in two places. No team that wants to be bad trades for Kelly Olynyk and Bruce Brown, right? But no team that wants to be good lets Fred VanVleet walk for nothing. You see the point? No team that wants to be bad, right, is drafting 23-year-old rookies because they're a little bit further along the 19-year-old rookie that you passed up on. Jonathan Mobo is probably going to be a better player than some of those players, but you passed up on a lot of 19-year-olds in the draft to get a guy who was a little bit closer to contributing now. If your goal is if your party line is this is year one of your rebuild, why would you not go for the 19-year-old? Why would you know what I mean? Like, you take flyers on upside when you're planning to be bad, when you want to be bad, when you want to be Brooklyn Nets bad. You just pile up 21-year-old, 20-year-olds, 19-year-olds. Yes, those guys are going to lose you a ton of games. You trade away Jakob Poeltl to the highest bidder for a second round pick and a couple of 20-year-old assets, right? Plenty of teams that could use a Jakob Poeltl. You think New Orleans Pelicans couldn't use a Jakob Poeltl right now? Sure, of course they could, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like it, but no, you want to have the optionality to shift to being good, and I think all of this is largely because the Raptors want to see what their core trio is. And I'll tell you right now, again, I'll say it for the third time this live. If that core trio is ahead of schedule, you'll see them pivot really fast.
Thank you. To Lewis.
Hey, Darko. Great to see you. Lewis Atzman, Raptors Republic. A year ago, when we talked about what your defensive goals were for the team, you talked about fewer corner threes, fewer shots at the rim. Both were true last year. How would you say that worked? What is your defensive identity? Has it changed? And what do you expect this upcoming season on that end?
This year, I think we have a clean slate, and we're going to start to build our foundation starting now. And we had the chance during the summer to talk to our players, to set some goals for them. And we can all agree that great defense starts with how you play on the ball, how you start your defense there. So we want to apply more ball pressure. We want to be aggressive. We want to have active hands, and everything starts there. There is one term around the league that when you have a player around the rim who's protecting everybody, that player is called MIG, M-I-G, most important guy. But I changed that with my team this year. For us, MIG, MIG is going to be the guy most important guy is going to be the guy who's guarding the ball. And so everything starts there. And from there, we need to see the growth from our players. And also we need to see team schemes being much better to cover for each other. Everything comes down to playing with a lot of effort. Everything comes down to finishing possessions. And finishing possessions is going to be very important for us this year, that we need to improve our defensive rebounding.
Thank you. So to Lindsay, then to Aaron.
Hey, Darko, Lindsay Dunn, City News. You switched things up a little bit this summer, having mini camps that we know of, at least in Miami and in Spain. How do you think that actually helped the players, and why did you kind of want to do it this way?
We wanted this summer to have checkpoints with our players, just to see where they at regarding their individual development. But also we wanted to have a chance to have some team bonding events. During Summer League in Las Vegas, we had pretty much whole roster come over there and support our rookies. And it was a great opportunity for us to go out there and compete and have some 5-on-5 scrimmages. I think that there has to be good balance in the summer, just giving players a little bit of room for their individual work and rest, and to be around their families and friends. And there has to be some connecting points with the team that we can lay down in front of them. What is the plan? What is the path? And what they need to work on.
So was it you next? Okay. I'd erased your name, but that was sorry, Aaron.
Okay. Hi, Darko. Good to see you. Aaron Rose. How, last year at this time, you were coming into a new job, first time here. How have you developed over the past 12 months, and what did you learn over the summer to help you improve over last season?
Great question, Aaron. Obviously, I spent a lot of time thinking about that, and biggest learning last season was how to manage time and how to manage a lot of people. Coaching staff, plus medical, plus all the players on the roster. It brings down to more or less 50 people that you need to manage every single day. And finding time, how you can touch every person and talk to every person and make sure that they are doing well and that you can help them was something that I was learning along the process. And for me, the most important thing was creating processes, how I'm going to be dealing preparation-wise for the games, how I'm going to be preparing for the practices. One thing that I want to do much more this year is to rely on my coaching staff. Last year was getting to know each other, getting to know what I stand for offensively, defensively. We made some tweaks over the course of the summer. And so this year I really want to have my coaching staff to own more things and that I can rely on them even more. As far as for basketball, I always want to learn. I always want to be open book. I'm learning from other coaches. I'm learning from my players, and I'm always open book to learn and get better.
Thank you. So just to recap, we're going to Chelsea, Joe, Savannah in the back, up to Grange in the front, and then Sampson over there. So let's get through those five, and running out of list room here. So go for it, Chelsea.
Chelsea Late, Raptors HQ. Hey, Darko.
How you doing?
Going into this season with a lot of, I guess, outside noise surrounding the team, does having something like the franchise's 30th anniversary celebrations, things like retiring jerseys and celebrating, you know, the history of this franchise, does that do anything to kind of bring a little bit more team chemistry? And how do you use that to kind of motivate a rebuilding team that may not have, you know, maybe a winning season, or while you're rebuilding and trying to create the next kind of phase of this team?
I always use opportunity to educate my team on history of our team, history of our organization, and also to understand what we do and what we represent and who we represent every single day. I think that my engagement and engagement of players in our community is very important. I think it's very important to understand that we represent whole country. And just listening to Vince Carter the other day when he had opening of the courts, he was talking about that. He was talking how when you play here, you represent not only one city, you represent the whole country. And only players that play over here can understand what it means. So for me to educate my players about that and to embrace the community. A lot of our guys this summer spent in and out of Toronto. I wanted them to see Toronto during the summer as well, not just during the season when it's cold. And I think it really helps for everybody to understand that this is amazing city, amazing people, amazing fan base, and that just brings extra motivation for us to be the best we can for our fans.
Thank you. So to Joe now.
Hi, Darko. Joe Wolfon with The Score. I remember you talking last season amidst all the roster turnover and turmoil about how difficult that was on your coaching staff because you're having to like rewrite your playbook kind of every few weeks. Going into a season where it seems like there's a little bit more clarity about what the team is trying to do and the timeline is maybe more aligned. How does that clarity help you, and what does that mean for how the coaching staff is going to be able to operate this season compared to last?
Very good point. So as we start our rebuild, let me explain in those words. It's like building a house, right? The first thing that you do when you're building a house, you need to find land, you know, where you want to build your house.
This is an underrated explanation.
After that, you got to dig a really big hole so you can make your basement, and you're working on the foundation of the house. And once you get into that process, usually it takes most of the time that you spend building that foundation, right? And a lot of times from the street, you cannot see what's going on. You're not going to see the results very quickly. But those are the most important steps that we're going to be making this season now, that when it comes to building walls and putting a roof and windows, it's going to be much easier and much more visible for everybody to see. So there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of film, a lot of education on the court and off the court that we got to do this year. And I'm going to have a much more holistic approach in developing our team and our roster. And for me, the most important thing is going to be not skipping any steps.
Beautiful answer. Recruiter dude, how you doing? We're gonna take a little detour away from Darko and get to Recruiter dude. What's up? What are your thoughts?
I just don't understand people advocating for the tank this year. So like the casual TWO threads are popping up everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't. I mean, I guess I could ask you to steel man that, because like I know you look at both sides of the coin for everything, but invariably, I mean, if you're one of these people who are like, no, let's bring in some more talent for Scottie, and I empathize with Darko's statements there, and he's really like wanting to make it another development year. But you just went on a very poignant, dare I say, rant about how this team is not that young. And in my mind, if it all goes to hell again, then Scottie, and let's say he's healthy this year.
Mm-hmm.
And so he doesn't become a top 20, top 15, top 10 player, then it isn't like it's the worst situation where it's like, oh, we have David Robinson and now we're waiting for our Tim Duncan, when really what we would like to happen is that we have Tim Duncan and now we're just waiting for like the other pieces to complement our Tim Duncan. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's either it's going to work this year at some point, or it's a house of cards.
Well, in fairness, the David Robinson, Tim Duncan thing doesn't completely work in this situation because
I know it doesn't.
David Robinson was much older, right? And that's
I know,
why they're waiting
but you
for
know what I
Tim
mean,
Duncan.
though.
Yeah. Look,
Yeah.
I think the thing is that Scottie to most people is still a question mark. Okay. It's not as obvious as Wemby. It's not as visually apparent as Anthony Edwards. It may not even be as popular to say as Paolo or LaMelo or any one of those household names. And I think partially that is just because offense is overrated and defense is underrated. And maybe Scottie's particular brand of basketball or his trajectory is just so off the beaten path that it's just like, okay, when it happens, we'll know. But if it doesn't happen, we have backup plan. I think there's a really good chance he's a top 15 player in the NBA this year.
No,
I find myself in the minority when I say that. When I say that, people are like, what? He's never gonna be a top 15 player. I'm like, he's right there right now. So, in that case, they will have the ability to shift, which
He has to be for this to work. It has to
totally.
happen.
Like he has to.
Yeah,
and you know what? I think it's a good thing to put pressure on somebody like that who hates losing. By the way, Scottie hates losing. He's not going to go out and tank. He's not going to start being a dummy and start taking 45 bad shots. He's built to win and he hates losing. So you get a guy who hates losing this much. You give him just enough to float, but nothing that can carry him. You've removed all the fail safes and the sort of like the whatever, you've removed the training wheels, because that's what Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet were. They were training wheels, right? They weren't superstars. They weren't, really the top 10, 15 type of guys, but they were guys who could carry you through a bad night and you could still win. I mean, Scottie Barnes could score 6 points and still win. And in a really weird way, that's terrible for your development too, because you're not really putting the onus on the guy. Last year, my biggest gripe with Scottie, and I didn't have a lot of gripes with Scottie last year, but my biggest gripe was anytime the concept of leadership was brought up, he always deferred it. He'd always push it off. He'd always be like, yeah, we're all leaders. And I was like, bro, that's just not the case. There aren't 12 presidents of a country. There's one for a reason. And at the same time, you also don't want to force that on somebody who doesn't naturally gravitate towards it or want it or isn't ready to hold it. And I think something about the last 6-7 months is he's shifted his mind from, I don't want that, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes, to this is my team. And we will go as far as I go. And I'm willing to call guys out when they're out of line, and that is like forcing growth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's like forcing a child to make their own decisions kind of thing, as opposed to making decisions for them because you're afraid they're going to make a few mistakes. So I think that this has been an underrated part of the growth. And I think Scotty is exactly like this is like Vince year two, in a lot of ways. Like there's enough veteran help around. He's matured mentally to the point where he knows he's the guy now and he's going to take that jump. And so, I really don't know why the Raptors. I'll tell you my big beef is. As constructed, the Raptors cannot be bad. They cannot be as bad as they need to be right now. They have too much on the table right now. Scotty is too good. Immanuel is too good. RJ is too good. Jakob is too good. Your team is too old. If you want to lose, it's a very simple equation. You need to trade your 3 vets that are kind of like operating as a buoy for you right now. Jakob, Kelly, and Bruce need to go. If you trade them out for future picks and dump contracts and just waive those guys for expirings, you'll be bad. Then I have no doubt you will be bad. And even still, you will not be as bad as the Pistons or the Washington
I was
Wizards.
just going to say that the East is so pathetic. It's just so unlikely. Like you're fooling yourself if tanking is even on the table, even in the most remote sense. It would have to be a capitulation on a level that would dwarf last year, which was bad. And so, no, I agree with you 100%. My only hesitation with this team really is what are their expectations relative to the opportunity? Because I think the opportunity is pretty good. In other words, like they could finish. I mean, you might have alluded to this. I don't know. Like, I don't think they're that much worse than Orlando, and Orlando's like decent. Like I don't think we're that.
I think
much
they're
worse than
worse. I don't think they're that much worse. And I think
Yeah.
that much worse will be how big a jump does Scotty make versus how big a jump is Paolo going to make? Because they're
Yeah.
both young players and they're both in a similar conversation as maybe they're top 25 guys in the NBA, but maybe some people have them out. So they're in that range. Does Paolo morph himself into a second team All NBA guy? It's totally not in the realm of possibility. He's a hard worker. He's a good playmaker. He's a good passer. Can he be a little bit more efficient? Can he be a little bit more dialed in defensively? Franz, I think, is better than any non-Scotty player on this team. And then you have guys like Jonathan Isaac, Wendell Carter. I could argue the Magic should be a tier above the Raptors. The issue there is, and Jalen Suggs is, of course, like on a completely different level as a point of attack defender. He is like, there's a metric that I really trust that has him as a top 4 3-and-D wing in the NBA. He's really good. So that notwithstanding, and of course the addition of KCP, and we're not even including guys like Anthony Black, Jet Howard, they have lottery picks that aren't even in their rotation. So the depth and the abundance of depth there is crazy. I think that once you get past those 6 teams at the top of the East, which is clearly tier 1, we're talking New York, Philly, you could put Milwaukee in that conversation, and then Boston. That's tier 1. You can break it apart into 2 tiers if you want, but that's the top of the East unless something goes wrong. Then you have Cleveland, Orlando, Indiana, Miami. That's your next.
Okay,
4
so here's how insane
logically.
I am. Here's how insane
Mhm.
I think, and you can call me insane, crazy. I think between Cleveland, Orlando, and Indiana, I think we have potentially the best player. I think that's
Cleveland-
possible.
Between Cleveland, Indiana, and who?
Orlando. That
Orlando, no
Toronto,
disagreement.
even though we're lower on the talent scale, but we might, among those teams and Toronto, we might have the best player. We might have the best player. And so that's an extreme take.
I wouldn't trade Scotty for any of those players.
Neither would I.
However, however, worth noting, I think Donovan Mitchell's a better player right now.
No, he's the better player right now, but I'm saying like this year is so profound in so many ways because it's going to basically cement major decisions going forward, because we also, the flip side is Scotty isn't. And then forget about getting Cooper Flag. Like we're going to have to break up the potentially the Quickley, like that triumvirate. You know what I'm saying? Like then Darko was just talking about building the foundation. Well, the foundation is not well set. There's holes, and then so you're gonna have to pivot again, right? I think that's how important this year might be. Like,
well, I mean,
with
we
the
just saw the
combination
Knicks pivot, right?
Pardon me?
We just saw the Knicks pivot. We saw we saw the Indiana Pacers pivot. The Indiana Pacers were on pace to finish top 5 in the East, and they pivoted mid-season away, and they got a new second option in Pascal Siakam. These swap outs of one in, one out can happen. So if in fact you do end up lucking out in the draft and getting a Cooper Flag, he's not really replacing anybody. He's literally just walking onto your team, and he's going to be your starting small forward. Congratulations. Scottie moves back to the 2, and you're much better off for it. Grady moves to the bench. Nothing is lost. If you draft an AJ DeBonsa, he's just going to replace Bruce Brown off the bench, or he's probably going to start, like
nothing is lost materially. You're correct. But then there's that would imply that, like, we're not good enough. It would basically change the narrative of the team, right? Like with Scottie this year, you should be good enough to finish like top 8, in my opinion. I think they're good enough. That's how good I think Scottie can be.
So which of those teams are you finishing ahead of? Are you finishing ahead of Miami? With Bam Adebayo, you got Terry Rozier, you got Jimmy Butler in a contract year, still very good. You got Jaime Jaquez, you got Khalil Ware, who's as much as I talk shit about him in the draft, he looked very good in you got Tyler Hero, right? You got Nikola Jovic. I mean, I just named 7 guys, 7, 8 guys. Their top 8 is pretty decent, and they're the Miami Heat, and they're coached by the best coach in the league. And as much as I like Darko Rajakovic, Eric Spoelstra, he is not yet. So, okay, so you have that team, which I think will be very tough. Indiana would be almost unheard of to be better than them. I think the Raptors right now, if I had to pick, I think they finish 9th, and that is scary, because you would need some injuries to happen for Miami or some massive dysfunction to happen. And 9th is the worst place in the NBA to be, in my opinion. I would rather be 10th. I'd rather be 6th. I'd rather be anything but 9th, because 9th is like, I hate 9th. I just hate this number. Maybe historically because it's associated with not making the playoffs. But ultimately, if you are the 9th seed, you have to win 2 games to just get into the playoffs.
See, but now you're steel manning the other side. It's a totally coherent thing what you just said. By the way, to answer your question, like I think Milwaukee's going to fall badly. I'm on the under for them, like anything I've ever believed in as a gambler in my life. I think Cleveland is an injury away. A lot of them are an injury away. So a lot of different things can happen. I think Indiana's a little bit overrated, actually. I
don't like them. I don't like them, but they have like
well, they have Halliburton.
Right. And I think if you polled an average NBA analyst, I'm talking even smart ones, I think a lot of them would still pick Siakam over Barnes. I wouldn't. I never have. For the last 3 years, I haven't. But some would. Some would say that he can do more and that he could do it better. And then you have Miles Turner. You know what I mean? You just go roster to roster and start comparing. Okay. If you say Siakam and Barnes, even if you say it's a 10% gap in Barnes' favor, and I'll say it's more, but the average person will say it's a wash between those two. Halliburton over Quickley, easy peasy, right? Miles Turner over Jakob Poeltl, I think most people would say yes. Their depth over our depth, yes. So really, what are we relying on? RJ Barrett to become a superstar or an all-star? Probably. That would be the gap. And Immanuel Quickley to bridge some sort of divide. Like as much as I like Immanuel Quickley, Tyrese Halliburton better. He's like better, like for sure better. Yeah. Like I can talk shit about Tyrese's defense all I want. Immanuel Quickley wasn't great defensively for us too. So I think I'll play devil's advocate here and say I think there's a chance that Indiana has a much better chance of moving into the top 4 in the East than they do moving out of the bottom 8. Moving out of the top 8.
Sure.
So I'm not bullish. I'm not necessarily bullish. There's also a lot of young players on the team that inspire a lot of confidence in me. Jarris Walker, Andrew Nembhard, Ben Mathurin. I mean, let's be honest. How many players on Indiana would start on our team? Let's go. Tyrese Maxey. Tyrese Halliburton. Would he start?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
Pascal? Ben Mathurin? Ben Mathurin would start over Grady Dick, I think, easily. Andrew Nemhard, would he start? I think he would be starting in the backcourt. I think he's too good to come off the bench for this team. It goes on and on. I can go 8 deep, and I think I would still be talking about starters. I think as much as I'm bearish on Indiana, I think I have to give them respect and say it would be a cataclysmic fall off for them to miss the playoffs.
Oh, no, I agree. But I'm saying like there's opportunity. There's gonna be like invariably every year, there's always one of those teams that are on the bubble because something happened. Now, I'm not a big fan of the way Indiana I think they got kind of a little bit lucky in the playoffs with a few situations. They put a lot of stock into Siakam, and you've been covering it really well for the last few years. Like, that was the wrong horse to bet on. Like, it will be the wrong horse to bet on. And we know that. The American media maybe is now sort of kinder to him because he's playing with Halliburton. He looks good now, right? Until he gets isolated and it blows up in their face. Anyway, one of those teams, so Miami, Indiana, Cleveland, possibly it's not going to work out for one of them. There's going to be an opportunity there. And
Okay.
I think all we have to do is really just, if they're serious about making Barnes the pinnacle of the team, where he's like shelling passes to open, guys are hitting their open looks. Like, we don't have to be brilliant. In fact, we took Indiana to the wire a bunch of times. I thought,
Okay.
that's just one-on-one. And there's some matchups that I don't like. I don't like how we match up against Cleveland. I don't even like how we match up against New York. But there will be some opportunity. Now, the question is are we going to be good enough? Are we going to last long enough to take the opportunity? And if you're right, if it's sort of like 9th, 10th, then this is sort of, I'm not going to say it's a wash year, but you're going to be inundated all year. Like, let's just tank the freaking thing and try and get Cooper. That's going to happen because, it's going to be around Christmas time. You're going to be getting those calls. Like, it's people spamming the channel, like, just tank it, because no one believes that 8th or 9th or 7th is possible by around Christmas time. It's going to be really shitty. But I hope the inverse happens, is what I'm trying to say.
I think the Raptors, okay, so here's the thing. Some teams, I call them November teams, and I call some teams April teams.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I know what you mean.
think the Raptors might just be geared up based on the fact that they have so much chemistry, fact that they've been playing together all summer. Not all teams are together all summer the way the Raptors were. Not all teams are holding camps in different continents the way the Raptors were. Not all teams are as rearing to go and as enthusiastic and as young as the Toronto Raptors. Many teams are going to come out and they are going to sleepwalk through October, November, December because they're just that good, because they're that talented. Most specifically, they are going to sleepwalk through the Raptors.
Yeah.
That is one team they're going to take absolutely lightly. So I'll tell you this. If the Raptors' cohesion, a slight boost from Scottie Barnes relative to the trajectory that people expect him on, health for Jakob Poeltl, health for Bruce Brown, health for Kelly Olynyk, a little bit of positive team chemistry, which we know is always great with Darko Rajakovic, and granted, a hard schedule, but early hard schedule. This is not, you're not facing Denver when Denver's fighting for the 7th seed or the 5th seed. You're facing Denver when Denver is basically tuning up for what they expect to be a 9-month season. And you're facing them early, and you're enthusiastic, and you're trash, and you are the schedule. We go to sleep late that night, party in Toronto. We don't fucking care about that team.
Exactly. Yeah.
There are a lot of teams that have surprising success early in the year because teams do not take them seriously and because those teams had some existing chemistry from the year before, et cetera. But then by the year's end, the problem for the Raptors right now is you might be very enthusiastic, very healthy, and ultimately very lucky with the schedule in terms of drawing teams that are not taking you seriously. And then by the time teams start taking you seriously, guess what? You've already faced all the hard teams, and now you have a super soft schedule, and now you're facing teams that are deliberately losing. Do you know how bad Charlotte can make themselves if LaMelo Ball, Mark Williams, and Brandon Miller are not playing? Like, you can't. The additional part of this that, again, not enough people I hear are talking about is Scottie Barnes has all NBA on the line. And if this team, and all NBA is all about narratives, health and narratives are the only thing. Numbers, health, narratives, that's it. If this team is a 44-win team, Scottie's going to get a disproportionate amount of credit for it, whether he deserves it or not. And I'm sure if they are, he will deserve a lot of it. But they're going to make him all NBA. He's going to want to be all NBA because that's a $30 million hike on his paycheck. I think it might be $40 million. No, what the fuck am I talking about? 270 versus 224. That's a $45 million hike in his paycheck. Do you think he's not going to want that? He's got everyone in his ear telling him right now, all NBA equals $45 million plus. You think he's letting that go? No, he's not. So my point is, so 2 outcomes. Outcome number 1, the Raptors are a bottom 5 seed, which is exactly where you need to be if you want any realistic shot at Cooper Flagg or, Dylan Harper, any one of these top guys. Or option 2, Raptors win 45 games. I'm actually more on the line of the Raptors could win 45 games than I am the Raptors will finish bottom 5. Because what is required to win 45 games is less outlandish than what is required to be bottom 5.
Now, like, as someone who's been placing options on games for years, like the over under on the first 2 months is bewildering to me. I'm not gonna because if you're a pessimist and you don't mind just losing money, but I'm not quick to
What's the over under right now? 30? 30.5?
I haven't
Vegas
checked
set the odds. I think Vegas set the odds on the Raptors at 30.5 wins. And we got another long time. Hey, Vince. How's it going?
Hey, Rob. How's it going, buddy?
Not too bad.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right on, right on. Yeah, I just wanted to hop in the conversation, but finish your point before I hop in.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, for the reasons that you gave, which are universal in sports, like top teams, you're usually a bit asleep. Like look at the Kansas City Chiefs right now, like they're a joke. They give up games, so that might be in our favor. Now, this has always been true. The difference is now that when you were alluding to earlier, Rob, you were saying like we don't have a vivid, explicit superstar. We have kind of like a up and coming, maybe great player, which might catch some of these guys off guard. So the over under on the first 2 months of the NBA season for the Raptors is really difficult to predict, more than any other time that I can think of, like in the last few years. Like I have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I see every year that these teams that are supposed to be really good and maybe even championship contenders, they drop all of these they drop all of these games against these really bad teams early in the season. And it just happens that way because before you figure out who you are, you're really enthusiastic, you're trying really hard. And I'm telling you right now, I watched Detroit walk Boston right down to the wire amidst that losing streak. Boston was not taking them seriously, and they caught them sleeping. This is the NBA. So the Toronto Raptors have no household superstar names. There's nobody, that you're getting ready for. And as much respect as some of the old hoop heads have, like KG and, all those guys for Scottie Barnes, I don't think anyone's coming here being like, oh, that's a Scottie and IQ show. And again, by the time you command the respect by going 10-10, you've already navigated 80% of your tough schedule. So if you come out 10-10, like this is a 47-win season, it's that simple. And if you come out 2-10, like the Raptors' entire season is over by December. Or but by over, I mean they have determined the outcome of the season by December. You will know by December whether you are in the lottery or whether you are, because of the strength of schedule. If it was parity across the year, where your schedule is relatively even throughout the year, then you could say, okay, we'll find out in January, we'll find out in February, we'll find out if they trade at the trade deadline. No. At this point, you go 2-18, you're going to be in too big a hole to come back. They're going to start parting out Bruce Brown, at which point, great. And that's why I said it's a beautiful, you are in the best position as a Raptor fan, because if your team starts parting out these veteran players, you're never going to be good enough. You can't be good enough without Bruce Brown, Kelly Olynyk, and Jakob Poeltl. That's way too much to take away.
Just
Too much.
last thing, and that's fine. I'm just saying the disappointment of having that information around, which will be the pinnacle. That will be the apex of our season. You're right. Will be in December, where we discover what this team is. The disappointment might be really bad, like very difficult to overcome, I think, for a lot of people. If it's like, okay, pull the plug, and it can happen. For me, it would sort of change my view on what the core is of the team, and then we'd have to sell off some pieces. That's
So
basically.
so what I'm understanding is, if they start out 2-18, you would say there'd be disappointment that they pull the plug.
No. I'm saying that we'd be disappointed that the team just is. It's not good enough. Like that would 2-18. That would be really, really bad. That would.
I personally, I wouldn't, and I understand that, but
It wouldn't shatter. It wouldn't shatter the because I mean, there's been a lot of like really good momentum, like from thinking about the team, their potential, Quickley, he can get the next step. Like that wouldn't kind of like take out your.
No, because look, I've always looked at basketball as a 5-on-5 game, right? Always. I've always seen it as, if you take one piece out, if you just swap one piece out, like right now, for instance, Karl-Anthony Towns last year, per the analytics, was a good defender. Have you watched Karl-Anthony Towns play defense? I don't think he's a good defender at all. And if you look at Julius Randle's analytics next year after playing next to Rudy Gobert, he's going to look like a pretty good defender too.
Yes,
Everybody looks like a good defender when Rudy Gobert is back there anchoring you up, because now you can press up on your guy. That's my point. Defense, offense, everything works on a string. OG Anunoby does so many good things for the other people that are just not captured on the captured in the box score. But that's what you lost. You lost a guy who did a lot of stuff to anchor and elevate yourself. Look at Scottie's performance after OG went away. He went from an 8-7-ish box plus minus guy to a 2.2. Like, that fall off is real. Now, you can say it's because he had some personal stuff going on. Now that we found out, his baby is on the way. Maybe that was right around the timing that he found out about that. Maybe we can say he was salty about the trade, or maybe you can say, hey, having to guard the other team's best defender and having, worse screeners around you and having more attention on you is going to make you worse. So that's the point. Like, it's not that hard to replicate what you had last year. It's not that hard. You didn't lose a top 10 player. You know what I mean? You didn't lose Vince Carter in his prime. You didn't lose Kawhi Leonard in his prime. You lost Pascal Siakam and OG Anunoby. And say what you will, you can get those pieces back. You can get those types of players back. So I'm saying, like, the type of, ceiling elevating players that you would need on this team, it's a matter of swapping out a pick plus Bruce Brown to get something like that back.
How does Buddy think? What do you think about, let's say, like between now and December?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
You are Buddy.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm please refer to me as Ethical Tank Sinatra. Yeah. No, I mean, I feel like I think about the whole tanking narrative in a slightly different manner. I feel it's a little less binary than just like either you're tanking or you're not. And I've talked with Rob about this in previous lives, where if you take like San Antonio, from not even from last year when they were obviously tanking, but even the year prior to them having Wemby, they came out of the gates actually like pretty good. I want to say they were treading 500 for the first, I don't know, maybe not quarter, maybe under the quarter of the season. So much to the point where when Popovich was interviewed and asked, like, what can you attribute these wins to? And he sort of described it as like youthful exuberance of energy, and he said this exact line, which I'll never forget: they don't know any better. And I think that's kind of what you hope for with any quote unquote tanking or young rebuilding team, is you just want them to come out with a youth and an exuberance and a sort of you don't know any better to win early on. Possibly it's going to be tough because they do have a pretty heavy schedule up front. But I don't see it as a sort of like, well, if they win X amount of games, then it's then they're tanking. And if they won this amount of games, well, now they're in contention. I think wins, the number of wins is it doesn't even matter, right? However many wins they're obviously not going to be pushing for a top 6 playoff spot. I'd say that's probably.
I'm just putting the schedule on the screen so people can understand who the Raptors are facing. Cleveland, Philly, at Minnesota, Denver, at Charlotte, Lakers, Kings, at Denver. Hang on. Starting November 4th, at Denver, at Sacramento, at the Clippers, at the Lakers, at Milwaukee. That's a 5-game road, possibly 5-game losing streak. Then you got Detroit. Some breath. But by the way, the youthful exuberance goes both ways. Detroit could be looking to make an example out of you. Finally, a soft spot in our schedule. We're going to beat the shit out of that Toronto team, the same team that we ended our streak on last year. Some confidence, perhaps, for Cade Cunningham. Then you got at Boston. Then you got Indiana coming into town, Minnesota coming into town. Then you got at Cleveland, at Detroit, at New Orleans, at Miami. And that is your October through November. So I'm trying to say at this point, your season might be over at that moment. You could exit. You could be December 1st, and you could be like 2 wins, or you could be 12 wins, 10 wins. I really don't know. That's my point. If you catch teams napping, and some good things happen for your team, and you gel early, etc., you could be that youthful exuberance team that just has some phenomenal luck, right? And at that point, you've caught all these teams before they're hunkering down. Again, everyone has talked about the Raptors schedule as, oh my God, it's a brutal schedule to start. And I'm trying to play devil's advocate and saying maybe this is actually a bit of a blessing in disguise when you think about it, because now if you are even if after 20 games you're 6-14, you can still sell yourself on, oh well, we just had a tough schedule, we can catch up, blah 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 blah. How bad were the Raptors when they started We the North? 6-12. That's pretty bad. It's not that far away from 6-14, right? So you're going to hear a lot of that stuff. So I think if Scottie's good, honestly, I'm looking at this draft. Vince, you were a big proponent for tanking, ethical tanking.
Sinatra. Nuanced tanking. Like it's they're not disillusioned enough to think that they're top 6 in the East, and so I think what Darko said in his press conference, he was hedging a little bit, saying obviously we want to go in there win with a mindset to win every game, but you got to keep in mind the length of the season. You want to develop. He gave that awesome analogy about building a house. Building the foundation of a house is the most important thing. And I think what's going to establish a stronger foundation is if you have one of the better draft picks coming out of next year. Not saying that they're going to be gunning for bottom 5. There's no chance on earth they're going to be as bad as the Nets and the Wizards. Like, it's impossible, right? And so
there will be a lot more tanking teams this year. I think that part is underrated as hell. Number 2, a lot of those teams are in the East. Okay, this is what I call padding totals. If you beat the following teams, I don't know how many times we're facing Detroit. I think we're facing Detroit 3 or 4 times. We're facing Washington 3 or 4 times. We're facing Charlotte 3 or 4 times. At minimum, that's going to be 10 easy wins if you just take care of the ones you're supposed to win. I realize this is probably a stupid way of thinking about it, but ultimately that just means you have to be a roughly 40% win team against the rest of the league, and you'll make the play-in.
Right.
Understand?
Right.
I know you said that the wins don't really matter that much, and I guess they matter a little bit. I mean, I suppose it's like when we analyze the games, like how bad are the losses going to be? I mean, you paid Quickley. RJ is now a feature cornerstone of this franchise as of now. And then you have Scottie, so you have the trifecta, and then you have sort of these more ancillary players. So it there might be some close games they lose that are kind of like tough break type of games, and we'll probably be able to live with those. And then there's going to be some games where they're going to get blown out pretty bad. And it really depends on like how many blowouts can we tolerate before it's not just, oh, well, they're a developing team and let's just wait for the next draft for the next blue chip player. And that or actually the foundation sucks and this is going to be a much larger project than we thought it would be, and
Well, in either case, like, we clown their flexibility and all that stuff all the time. But think about it this way. Let's play devil's advocate and let's say Scottie Barnes is not that type of player. Let's say he ends up being more. Let's say he ends up being closer to Julius Randle than Anthony Edwards. Okay. Let's say he's more of like a tier B type of star. Let's say he's closer to Pascal Siakam than Kawhi Leonard. Right now, if you had asked me, I say he's closer to Kawhi, but who knows? So if he is that secondary type of star who's not really destined to be like the Vince, your audio, bro.
Sorry, man. I'm actually on the phone and it's pretty windy because I'm outside right now.
You are. Okay,
Yes.
I'm just gonna mute you when you're not talking, or you can mute yourself when you're not talking.
I'll mute myself. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, yeah. So what the hell was I saying? What was I saying?
In neither case.
Right.
Or
So
Barnes
yeah.
becomes he resembles Julius Randle. Well, that would be the ultimate nightmare. But yes, continue.
It would be. He's already a better defender, but like let's just say he's closer to Pascal Siakam tier than he is Kawhi Leonard tier. So if he is that Siakam type of guy, well, he's not enough of a floor raiser to get you to the playoffs anyway. At which point, maybe you're like, we at least have a chance at a top 7 pick, right? My issue is I don't want a top 7 pick. I either want a top 3 pick or I want the playoffs. I hate this middle of the lottery shit. At the same time, there have been plenty of really, really good players. And honestly, if you want one, silver lining here, the Raptors are a really good drafting team historically. So if there is a team that you trust with a 7th or 8th overall pick, it's probably this one. But still, the way I'm envisioning this out, there's also another underrated fact here, which is that the West teams that don't make the playoffs will be better than the East teams that don't make the playoffs. Which is to say that you could be 10th and still be 7th in the lottery odds, or even 6th in the lottery odds, because the lottery is not division or conference related at all. It's just win totals. So there's a good chance that a team like the Golden State Warriors finishes 11th in the West, but has 36 wins, right? So I think there's something to be said for that, and I really do feel like teams are going to start to tank. I think if the Raptors come out on top early, I can't say this more than enough times, they are going to have a really difficult time tanking because all of those teams that they're going to be facing, Charlotte, Washington, Detroit, none of them have a player as good as Scottie. And the only way to lose those games would be to sit both Scottie and Jakob. You'd have to sit them both. And in order to sit them both, in a normal season, you can have that conversation with Scottie and say, hey, we really need you to do us a favor so we can try to best our odds for Cooper Flag. And he'd be like, okay, fine. But at this point, you can't even do that. You cannot do that for the same reason you couldn't do that with Fred, because he was chasing a contract. It's the same reason you couldn't do that with Siakam, because he was chasing all NBA. And it's the same reason you can't do that with Scottie, because if you couldn't do it to them, you're not going to do it to Scottie either. And if he's on track for all NBA, and you can't even tell him he's not on track. The Raptors could be a 32-win team, and he could have a 4% chance of making all NBA. And you still couldn't ask him to sit when he still had a realistic possibility between the games.
Scottie personifies that youthful exuberance, or doesn't know any better to a T. That's why.
Absolutely.
That's why I feel like the whole tanking thing is completely misled. It's just based on on facts alone.
You've made your leader a guy who literally cares about nothing but winning. That's all he cares about. It's all he talks about. It's all he cares about. He doesn't care about all NBA. He doesn't care about All-Star. He doesn't care about MVPs. He doesn't care about any of that. He just cares about winning. So this is a guy who's going to be speaking to your youth, speaking to your locker room, dictating, who does what. You are, I'm telling you, this team is way more likely to 45 wins than 25 wins right now. And that's
if
scary.
it results in 9th, which is that purgatory that you despise, and so do I can live with that if they just get some playoff experience, really. I'll take that over a Tampa season, even though I know Tampa netted us like a great player. but
Mhm.
we're just at this very sensitive moment right now where I don't want to destroy the morality of these guys. Like I want them to be able to believe in this project, and they're all going to have to chip in. Like, yeah, we emphasize Scottie, but like Quickley is going to have to quickly earn that contract, and
Okay.
I think he can. It's
Okay, so you've been on record
it's
right
it's
now
it's
saying that you
delicate.
think they'll be better than some people realize, that maybe they could bump out a team like Miami or a team like Orlando or a team like Indiana or whatever.
It's not out of the realm of
Okay.
possibility.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it's possible.
So if they have, managed to somehow be in the top 8, right? Or they manage to be in the bottom 4 of the play-in and they get through for however. Okay. Do they have a chance against the following teams in a 7-game series to be competitive? And by competitive, I mean maybe one injury takes Kristaps Porzingis out. Can you give them a series? Can you make them sweat a little bit? Can they be competitive against Boston?
No, but that's okay because Boston's
Right.
timeline is not going to be forever. So
That's true.
I'm fine.
And they're
Yeah.
capped out to hell. Can they be
Yeah.
competitive against New York?
No.
Granted, I'll give you one injury. You can take an OG or a Mikal Bridges off the table. They can't be competitive against New York. Okay, cool.
If Brunson gets injured, yeah, they can steal a couple of games. I feel like that
Couple
would
of games,
be
but they still wouldn't win they still wouldn't win the series. Okay.
no.
Because now they got Carlton Towns and OG Anunoby, and they are very optimally designed to shut us down. Like Mikal
Sure.
plus
Yeah.
OG plus Carlton Towns in the
Oh
paint
no,
is
it's
a
a
really good
nightmare
recipe
matchup.
for
It's a nightmare matchup.
totally.
Yeah, it would be
Okay.
horrendous. Yeah, that's okay though.
As low as you are on the Milwaukee Bucks, do you think we would win a 7-game series against Milwaukee?
I
Giannis is by far the
Don't
best
ask me
player
now.
in the series, and I think you could make a case for Dame being the second best player in that series. At least offensively, you would
Probably.
definitely say Dame
Well,
is
as
the
of
best player. in the
today, yes, you're right, but I'm very I would short them this season. I don't know. I don't have
Okay,
a good
cool.
feeling about them, but
So that's
yeah.
3 teams. Philly. Tyrese Maxey.
No.
The other day, the other live, we ranked out every single player in the Atlantic Division. Coach Mo and I ranked out every single player in the Atlantic Division, and this is what we came up with: Embiid, Tatum, Brunson, Maxey, Jaylen Brown, Paul George, Drew Holiday, Karl-Anthony Towns, Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Derek White, Kristaps Porzingis, Josh Hart, and this was including non-Raptors, so no Raptors. And then we asked the question: who is IQ better than? Where would IQ slot in this? Where would Scottie slot in this? The highest we got with Scottie was 4th, that he could bump Tyrese Maxey out. And the highest we got with IQ was, I think, 11th, which is to say he could be better than Derek White. And that is a stretch of the imagination. So my point is, even within the conference, within the division, there's a lot of really tough matchups. And I don't like our odds in a 7-game series against Cleveland. I don't love our odds against. I'm just saying, like, we are so mid. It's nauseating. And as much as previously I was like, hey, like glass half full, everything's a win for the Raptors, because if you're good, that means, the team is good and the young players are good. And look, you have an easy schedule. I'm thinking now, if you're good, is it necessarily because you're good, or is it because teams took you lightly and you caught some people sleeping? And that would be the worst case scenario, because the worst thing in the world is a fake 47-win team. And I don't think,
Is it fake? Is it fake when like the core of the team is okay? Like they're not spring chickens, but they're entering their prime, or
I get
slowly
you.
entering their prime.
I get you. And this,
Yeah.
Again, like you could take a look at the Toronto Raptors, We the North team, right? They lost to the lower seed, right? They busted their ass off. They got to the playoffs. They were the number 1 team in the Atlantic Division, and then they got beat. So then they went back the next year. What happened? They got swept, right, by the Washington Wizards, which was again the lower seed.
That was
So
their
back-to-back-
crucible. That was their crucible, though. That was a
Correct.
crucible.
You can say that, but there are different ways to win. There's a way to win where, like the Raptors the first time, which I really appreciated with Vince. They were the 8th seed. I believe they were the 8th seed or the 7th seed. So they were the lower seed. They gave New York a fight for their lives. They were relatively competitive and ultimately got bounced in the first round. Then the next year, they went back, they beat the same New York team and made it one step further and got to game 7 in the second round. That to me is the ideal rebuild. Not necessarily what the Raptors did with Scottie Barnes' rookie season where they won 48 games. I don't need to win 48 games because ultimately wins and losses are highly weird, scenario because people swear by them. They say this is a 60 win team. I think we all know that there are 47 to 48 win teams that we've believed in a lot more than certain 60 win teams. The only thing that a 60 win team can definitively guarantee is that they will have a really shit lottery pick or a shit draft pick. And me personally, I'm just like, what is the advantage? Like, if I believe that this team can be competing for championships, like I believe me, you don't have to sell me on the value of playoff experience. I am very well aware of playoff experience. I do believe, however, that what I would like for this team to do, if it must be so, is I would like this team to be 10th and or ninth. If that's the case, if they're just that good and you can't shut it down, fine. Be 10th or ninth and then get those two very valuable games in the play-in, right? Where it's do or die and you get to find out who's who and you get to find out who's a choker and you get to find out if RJ's playoff stuff with New York is real or if Immanuel Quickley's playoff yips are going to continue. If Scottie Barnes gave us a nice little preview in that Philly series, is he able to continue that? Is he able to take it to another level? You know what I mean? You can get a lot of data, and I think that's very valuable in that series. I would also like them to take the play-in tournament seriously this year. That's another, thing that's a little bit of a fork in the road for the Raptors because their play-in tournament comes in the midst of this really tough schedule, and that is where I think maybe you will get the best punch from teams, and that might aid the tank. Because as much as I'm talking about teams might take them not so seriously early on, well, there is a play-in tournament to kind of ensure that that doesn't happen as much as it would have in years past. So I don't know. I think this is a lot of conjecture and a lot of hypotheticals. But ultimately, if Scottie's a top 15 player, I would like them to pivot. Just pivot. I've been on record for months saying I want to invest in other people's draft picks, not our own. I would swap our picks for other teams' picks so fast because I do believe in this core. I do believe in Scottie. I do believe these guys are relatively durable. And as scary as it might be to offer a pick swap, I think it's also scary to, currently your picks, because you describe yourself as a bit of a gambling aficionado. Okay. So I think you more so than some would understand that their future picks right now are worth way more than they're going to be if they end up being a 48 win team this year. Right?
Yes.
So right now, if you decide to pivot early and be decisive, if Scottie comes out in preseason and the first 2 weeks and you're like, oh shit, it's here. He's this good, this quickly, pivot right away.
That's
I would pivot so fucking fast.
That's a put up, shut up thing that would absolutely need to have. Now it's funny because I don't know how much you talked. I missed the live you did about the ownership change. I wonder if that casts a shadow on that type of that sort of cavalierness that would you would need to sort of do that sort of thing. But that that's a conversation for another day, I think. But,
I think that actually adds a little bit of impulse, like not impetus. What is the word? Urgency. I think it adds a little bit of urgency to be good because it's much easier, I think, to tear apart something that isn't working and say you're tearing it apart because it's not working, right? And again, Darko is preaching patience, preaching building the foundation, building, the house the right way, etc. But that's not the way the media is going to frame this season at all. And that's not the way fans are going to experience a losing season at all. And that's definitely not the way you're going to be able to price your tickets. And in the end, this is a business. So if Scottie Barnes is the leader and Masai Ujiri is the president of a 22-win team, it's not going to matter at all when it comes time to making a decision on their future in Toronto, right? And again, I would like to believe that Masai's here for the long term, but that's probably not the case. I think a lot of people with the know would say this is, the last few years of Masai. If he makes it through his contract, they're going to hand the reins over to Bobby. There's no way in hell they're going to give him the kind of money that he's going to be after, et cetera, et cetera. So let's assume at that case, all I want at that case is to be too established a core for them to tear apart. I don't want them to be able to trade away Scottie Barnes and just accuse him of being a middling star. You know what I mean? I want him to be established as a top 10 guy because being established as a top 10 guy pretty much virtually guarantees you're not getting traded.
No, 100%.
At least in your prime. So
No,
the sooner he gets there, the sooner we are assured that new ownership / new management is not going to just parse him away. The other thing is Masai, as much as he's going to say, like he's saying the right thing that, his job, his future will be determined based on what they do on the court. I get that. I fully understand that. But in the end, what he's really focused on right now with Darko is what the long term for the Raptors. They are focused on establishing good habits, establishing good culture. And I'm sorry, I've listened to plenty of average fans. They don't appreciate any of that. They don't care. They don't care
No.
about any of that. So the
No.
metric
There's
will be
no
wins and losses.
nuance. Yeah, there's no nuance like on Twitter or anything like that. It's just
Yeah.
basically tank or
Yeah.
no.
And there are going to be plenty of sellers at the trade deadline, plenty. And if the Raptors are in a position to buy at that point, I think they will have plenty of options of teams willing to dump longer term contracts, teams that didn't calculate this new CBA as well as the Raptors did, teams that maybe aren't as good as they thought they were going to be, and maybe a team like Cleveland is one of those teams. I don't know. Like I have no idea. Maybe they're going to want to part out a Jared Allen, right? Maybe they're just like, shit, we're going to be bad. Donovan Mitchell's injured or whatever. Evan Mobley hasn't taken a jump. We're, 6 games under 500. We just don't see it for this year. Maybe we should take Jared Allen for 2 first-round picks. And then at that point, the Raptors have Jared Allen for Bruce Brown and 2 first-round picks. Okay, guess what? The position that you apparently didn't have, now you have a 4-5 combo that can't shoot. Okay, I just described the nightmare of my own creation there. But ultimately, my point is there will be players available who are significantly more talented than the players you have on your roster right now, and there will be a strong rationale from teams that are looking to tank at that point to get off long-term salary. Players like Zach LaVine, players like Brandon Ingram, players like Jared Allen,
I'm
potentially
looking
Darius
forward to those
Garland.
lives because that means we're good.
Hey man, I
Vehemently.
honestly, like I don't understand the fans who want us to be bad. I don't want us to be bad because as I alluded to earlier, we're not that young. This is not a team of 19 and 20-year-olds where it's like,
I just don't think they know what that means if for that bad. Like it means more than what they're saying, and I know you appreciate that. And it's not there. Yes, there's the material advantage of a good draft pick, but then there's also the narrative. Yeah,
but also like I believe that you can try to win in different ways, right? Like right now, when they're talking about playing everything straight up, guarding at the point of attack, every man is responsible for their man, et cetera, that is not conducive to winning. That's not conducive to winning at all.
Yeah.
Like at all. Asking Grady Dick to guard Donovan Mitchell one-on-one and not offering support or not offering his zone is not conducive to winning. That's conducive to Grady Dick looking like an asshole and getting like 45 points put on him. But in the end, is that good for development? Yes. Is that good for winning? No. Right. And so it's like forced development. And if you're gonna do that, well, at some point, then that means you retain the option to go the other way, which means at some point you can pivot and say, oh, you know how earlier in the season we weren't willing to do anything to help Grady and RJ. Well, now we are, because now we're trying to win. Now we're actually trying to win. I think when people see what Darko does when he's actually trying to win versus what he does when he's not trying to win, I think they're going to have a renewed appreciation for him as a basketball mind and a coach, because I've heard a lot from this guy. I've listened to a lot of him. I know a lot about him, more so than most of the people in Toronto media. I understand him a little bit better. And trust me, he's a really good coach. It's just right now, his focus is purely on development. But when that focus shifts away from development because 2 of these pieces pop, I think you'll see a completely different coach.
And I think he can adapt that way too. He's not just a development guy. Like he can win. I think he's capable of winning close games.
Yeah.
Rob, I got to get going. Thank you so
All
much
right,
for having
peace.
me on. Cheers.
Have a good one. See ya. Okay, and we are back to...
If he needs to stick a little bit longer with some teachings and implementation of stuff, we're going to stick on that until we really get to the level that we believe that it's time to make next step for the team.
Thank you. So back to Sava, who's at the back on your right, Coach.
Savannah Hamilton, Sportsnet. Hey, Coach. How do you, with that note, assess your strategies and implement what's working or not? And how much leeway do you give the players to develop before you might have to pivot in other directions for the season?
That's a good question. It comes down to the vision, how we want to play, how we want to develop our players. And there's going to be some things that are not negotiable. There are some things that we gotta do at a high level and learn how to get there. But there are also things that are a question of the roster and preferences. And as I said, I'm always open book. I want to hear my players. I want to always have an open communication with the front office and all the people in the organization. And I'm willing to make changes when there is a need for those changes. But I'm going to really keep everybody accountable, including myself, to develop the team and to have really good foundation for the future.
Thank you, Coach. So just for a reminder, we're going Grange, Sampson, Will, S. Go for it.
Morning, Darko. How are you?
Doing great, Michael. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Michael Grange from Sportsnet. How much do you expect? How do you expect to? What are your expectations for the rookies you're going to have on your roster this year? Obviously, the draft picks and maybe if there's any of the two ways end up having an impact. Do you expect them to be part of the rotation? Is that going to be almost like a goal from the get-go, or is it going to be, it'll be based on their progress?
What we need to understand this year that it's not one game, it's not just the start of the season, and it's going to be, we got to look at this as a big picture. We have 4 rookies on the roster. There's going to be times when those guys will be on the roster. There's going to be times when those guys will be in rotation, maybe starting. There's going to also be times when those guys will need to go to 905 and play games and practice with that team so they can get more reps or develop on certain things that we lay in front of them. So there has to be a good balance there. I think it's very important for all of the guys to get opportunity. Training camp is going to tell us a lot where the players are and what are the areas they need to improve and where they need to get to. So we're going to have an approach that we want to develop definitely all of those guys. And the sooner they develop, it's going to be good for our team and the future of the organization.
Thank you.
Darko.
Go ahead, Samson.
Samson Folk, great suit, by the way.
Thank you.
Tops.
You like the tie, purple as well?
It's
there
good.
you go.
I kind of wanted, Samson Folk, Raptors Republic. I kind of wanted to dig down on what you said about Mig, like most important guy, ball pressure. Ball pressure is not just one guy, as you well know. It's a team concept. Does that include a change in how you guys are guarding at the point of attack as far as like scheme? Because the players are obviously ball pressure, active hands, this type of stuff. I'm sure you've drilled it into them many times, but like, does this mean really persistent lock and trail? Is this a lot of switching at the point of attack? What is your vision for how you maximize your guards and your bigs as far as like providing that ball pressure?
Now we're getting into details of coaching, which I love always when I have those conversations. So for me, there are 2 things. There is a pickup point of defense, which usually is transition. In transition, you need to have a really good pickup point to be 2 steps above 3-point line, to shrink the floor, to slow down their transition, and to make them play deeper in a clock. And line of defense is something different. Line of defense is you can be in a half court, but we want to be able to extend catches. We want to be able to be more aggressive, to get more into the ball. And in order to do that, you cannot players to be back and sit back. So I'm going to coach and teach our guys and allow them to be much more aggressive in a half court. But at the same time, that means that everybody else have to provide good protection spots and to be able to make multiple efforts from there.
Thank you. Thanks. We'll go Will, S, and then Matt.
Hey, Darko, Will Liu from the Hello and Welcome podcast. So last season when RJ Barrett joined your roster, a lot of the discussion was, RJ wasn't necessarily efficient at times with New York, and I think that's one of the major changes that happened once he came to.
I love this answer, and I hope that this gets clipped to hell. It's hilarious.
Toronto. I want to ask you, how did you sort of improve on that end with him in terms of improving his efficiency, and what do you see as the next step for him going forward?
When you say there was a lot of discussion, I did not discuss about that at all. Maybe it was on your podcast or in New York. I do know when RJ joined us from start, we had open conversations and we explained how we want to play, what we're prioritizing on offense. And he was able to blend in very, very easily into our system. So to be honest with you, we never had like specific conversation that, hey, you got to be more efficient in those areas than the areas comparing to New York. That was never part of a conversation. It was always playing to the standard that we want to play and to play to the identity of our team. RJ did an outstanding job this summer. I have to acknowledge the way he played and represented the national team of Canada. I'm very proud of him. He was the player that played with a lot of passion and love, and you could see the way he owned it playing for Canada national team. But at the same time, I know how much pride he takes into representing Toronto Raptors as well. So all of that experience he had this summer and all the work that he put in this summer, I think it's going to set him up for even more success and hopefully less discussions about his efficiency.
Thank you. Go ahead, S.
Darko, how you doing? Spendio Berahini, Forbes Sports. Last year, you came in with a goal that you wanted every night, 25 plus assists. And you guys did it for the most part. I think there were only 18 games where you guys didn't get to that mark. We're talking about a lot of defense right now. Is there a numerical goal for the defensive end this year?
Generally, we need to see a lot of improvement. We're going to have our offensive pillars. We're going to have our defensive pillars. And all the defensive pillars that I'm going to present to our team, they're not something that happens overnight. We'll need to build our habits. We'll need to build our identity. And we're going to stick with those. We might make some adjustments and changes in what it needs to look like. But in general, like what I said, how the way we protect the rim, ball pressure, defensive rebounding, all that kind of stuff, we need to see improvement in those areas. So we spent quite a bit of time this summer coming up with schemes, working individually with players, and now it's time tomorrow to start with a training camp to start implementing all of those things.
Thank you. And last question is going to go to Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
Matt Bonner, Sportsnet and public transit enthusiast. What is the first team drill you're going to do at training camp, the first practice, and why?
Great to see you, Matt. We're going to do this Matt Bonner challenge. When the player starts on the block, starts with a layup, and he needs to bank a shot, and he goes around all the way to the three-point line and got to come back. Do you like that one for the start of training camp? There you go. First drill of a training camp. I'm going to surprise. I want to surprise my players, but one-on-one, I'll tell you, you're going to like it.
Great. Thanks very much, Coach. Scottie is on his way.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to use this moment to just say this before the chat starts doing stupid shit. Okay. I know this community is better than most. But when I was watching this shit live, I saw a lot of people commenting negatively about Scottie's hair. And I just want to make it very clear. If you are white, commenting on black people's hair, especially negatively, is absolutely a no-no. So don't fucking do it, okay?
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Phil found me a chair.
Hold on. I feel like my comment left too many loopholes. I said if you're white. Literally, if you're anybody, just don't. I don't care where you're from. Just don't do it.
Super happy about that. So we're going to go ahead with questions for Scottie. So again, just raise your hand. We'll get the mic to you. Rachel. We're going to start with Rachel.
Hi, Scottie.
Hello.
I wonder what some of the highlights of your summer were and where you think you've improved most year over year, like from this time last year to now.
Say what I improved most. I would just say probably this whole summer I've just been working on my communication skills. Just trying to step into that next role of, growing into that leader. You got to just take steps, and, I feel like I've been taking the right steps this summer and getting that way. Just communicating and talking with the guys more. So just taking those steps.
Thank you. I'm going to go to John, who's down here on your right. Remember, raise your hand. We'll get the mic to you guys.
Hey, Scottie. John Chidley-Hill with the Canadian Press. Welcome back. Masai was just here an hour ago, and he called this a rebuilding year, but obviously you're a competitor and you want to win. As this team's leader, how do you balance, the need to develop a young core, but also obviously you want to win as much as possible?
Just taking the time. Don't get frustrated throughout the season, throughout the ups and downs. Of course, we want to win, and we know we can win. But of course, it just takes time. So just don't get frustrated throughout that process, and just keep trying to focus on our main goal of just trying to get better, and focus on that picture.
I just want to point out, Scottie uses the word "and" when Darko and Masai use the word "but." But is negation, and is addition. So that is that's where the two sides deviate. Both sides know the team is relatively young. Both sides know that the team is rebuilding. However, with Scotty, it is an and, whereas with those guys, it's a but. It's like, yeah, we're gonna try, but we're probably gonna fail. With him, it's yeah, we're gonna try, and we're gonna be patient. So small things that people, let their guard down, and you see inside their mind.
Where that was going to start for us, and then taking those baby steps and trying to get into those playoffs game by game.
Dub Scotty for saying baby steps. I realized people lost their mind in the chat when he said baby steps. Baby Scotty. Okay, got it.
Thanks, Scotty. We're going to go to Samson.
Hey, Scotty, I hope your summer was good. Samson Folk, Raptors Republic. Darko, we were talking a little bit about the X's and O's of defense, having the back line of the defense coming higher, providing more ball pressure, earlier pickup points. In your conversations about what you want that to look like, being a huge part of the defense, is your position or role as a backline sweeper kind of what allowed for them to think about a more aggressive scheme to work on defense?
I don't know, but I just know those things that you talked about, that's our forefront of our defense, that ball pressure, trying to just make people play faster, try to create more steals. And then, we got some guys that can block shots, so just trying to protect our paint better than what we're used to doing. Once we get that done, then, I feel like everything else will be going for us. But me, as being in the back end, trying to block shots, guarding the ball, guarding the best players, I feel like that's what we're going to do with me.
Thank you.
Depends on schemes and situations.
Thanks, Scotty. To S.
Hey, Scotty. S. Barrett for Forbes. I'm wondering, you said, communication was something that you worked on this summer a lot, communicating with your teammates. Was there anything specific that you were kind of trying to get them to learn about you or maybe communicate on as you were working on it this summer?
Not really any specifics. It's just about just trying to bring these guys together. We didn't have a full season on our belt. We got a lot of new faces, a lot of new people. So it all started this summer, just building this chemistry with our team and just trying to grow from there. Everything started this summer of how we want to be and what we need to work on, what we need to focus on, and trying to get everybody on the same page. That was the main thing.
So we're going to go Grange, Nelson, and then Savannah, and we'll see where we're at.
Hey, Scotty. Michael Grange from Sportsnet. I just wonder if there's any specific things in your skill set that you prioritized over the summer, in addition to, obviously, your communication and things like that, but just little elements of your game that we might notice sooner than later.
For sure, I would say most thing I've been working on, just working on my shot creation, just getting off the dribble, working in different sets that we have. Just working on being able to get to the basket and get into my spots more efficiently, where I can be able to create for others and create for myself.
Have you set any specific goals for yourself in terms of what the productivity might look like, or is that just going to let it unfold?
I'm going to let it unfold, but everything, just starts off with winning. We win, and everything else just comes into place. All those other goals and, things that it's great to have, being all-star, being an all-NBA. We win first, and then all those other things come into play.
Okay, so we're going to Nelson and then Sa.
It's a bit of a departure in terms of stream of thought relative to the players that have come before him. That's just me taking a swipe and a jab at players who discussed openly individual goals when the team goals were not very certain, and then took it a step further by prioritizing individual goals over team goals. Scotty's never going to do that. Not ever. Even if you dangle $45 million, just not built that way to hunt for his own, right? And that's a great thing because that's the type of thing that makes me excited. If I'm his teammate, that's the thing that makes me excited to come to work. That's also the thing that makes me feel like I'm gonna like I have a star who's trying to make me better. You know what I mean? Like RJ Barrett could be cooking for like 25, 26 points going into the third quarter, and Scotty could have 12. It's not like Scotty's going to hijack the offense in the fourth quarter to get his 20 and then leave RJ on ice. He's going to he's going to be pushing RJ, go get 40, go get 40. You know what I mean? That's the type of player you want to build around. That's your Jokic. That's the guy. That's your Magic.
Scottie, right here at the back. Nelson Perez, Raptors Media. Talking about this new role of a leader, have you feel like you've always been a natural leader? And what have you found in terms of being a vocal leader or being a leader by example? Like, what have you found in terms of differences in that role?
I would say, I'm usually accustomed to being just that leader by example. You see I go out there, play hard, showing a lot of effort. Once the game gets going, you see different things throughout the game. You talk to your teammates, you're communicating. It's not really something that's super hard. It just comes natural to a lot of people. Some people are different from others. But me, once the game gets going, your whole mindset just changes. You do scouting, you do game plan, and then your mind just gets going and trying to just figure out ways to win. So, once the game gets going, the ball gets tossed up, I'm trying to win. And, you adjust within the game what the team's doing. So it's just about being able to get that game plan and communicating to your teammates within those moments of what you see out there, what you find out there, and then, talking to these guys off the court, just building that bond and that relationship with them is just one of my main goals this summer.
Thank you. I'm just trying to spread the questions around in case you guys are wondering what's going on. So going to Savannah and then to Eric.
Hey, Scottie, hope you had a great summer. Masai talked about the fact that you were showing a lot of leadership traits in the off-season training with the guys and everything. Is there anybody that you're kind of modeling your leadership after? And have you reached out to any players in the league, past or present, in terms of what leadership looks like to you?
Nah, not really modeling my leadership after anybody, Like I said, I feel like I'm just being myself. Of course, you can see things, I see a lot of leadership in Garrett Temple, just the way he carries himself, the way he talks, the way he communicates, the way he tells us throughout the season different things. And, you see that, he's a vet that been in this league a long time, and just seeing how his impact on our team is just so important. So that's one of the guys I look up to and just take notes and try to assert myself in some of the ways that he asserts himself.
Thank you.
Hey, Scottie, Eric Smith from Sportsnet. Darko was talking earlier about the 30th anniversary season. And as you guys are entering into it, I just wonder what your impressions are of your place and your emerging place and continued place in the history of this team, and what that means to you going into such an important season for the organization, let alone for you and the team overall.
Repeat that one more time.
I'm wondering about your opinion of yourself as an emerging piece of the history of this team, and what that means to you going into such an important 30th anniversary.
Some questions are such Bikram stretches. It's like, bro, what do you want him to say right now? I'm going to be the greatest Raptor of all time. I'm going to be the 10th greatest Raptor of all time. I want to be a great Raptor. I don't get it.
Your role in the history of this organization.
Just continue to try to make history any way possible. Make a stamp. I'm just trying to go out there and have the fans enjoy what we're doing here. I feel like that's the most important thing. Fans are so important for what we do. Let's try to go out there and make it fun for them to watch, make it entertaining, and just create more legacy, more history.
Super. Thank you. We're going to go to Josh down front, then to Chelsea, and then this man at the back who I'm sorry, I don't know.
Hey, Scottie, Josh Lewinberg, TSN. At this time last year, there was a lot of uncertainty in regards to what the roster.
Honestly, bro, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know how I could talk as much shit about Scotty as this dude has. He's called him Andrea Bargnani. He's talked mad shit about his work ethic. He's a Fred nut hugger if I ever seen one in my life. I don't understand how you talk this much shit about a guy and then sit across from him and ask him a question. And then if Scotty gave him a discourteous answer, which he doesn't here to his credit, then Scotty would look like the bad guy. This media relationship with players has always kind of fascinated me.
Was going to look like. This year, it seems like as an organization, there's a clear path, clear direction going into the season. You're in a clear role, and obviously you got your contract situation settled as well. Do things seem for you more settled going into this season, and do you think that's going to be beneficial for you in terms of the type of year you're going to have?
To be honest, last year, during this time, you know, I don't know what everybody else is thinking. You know, I felt like everything was settled last year. But, you know.
The concept here is, are you the guy or is somebody else the guy? And Scotty's telling you that behind the scenes, it was made known to him that he's the guy. And it was pretty much made, maybe it wasn't made explicitly clear to Pascal Siakam, but if you follow this channel, you know we've been saying Scotty's the guy for a year and a half now. So look, like this, yeah.
It's got to go through it how it is. You know, I feel like we're in a very comfortable space and we're all really tight. We're really connected. And, you know, this team could take that next step.
Thank you. Chelsea, and then the one last question at the back. So go ahead, Chelsea.
Chelsea Lates, Raptors HQ. Scotty, you were seen kind of getting some reps here in Toronto with kind of local players and in the community. What benefits does kind of being here in the summer, but also playing with different people around the city have on what you bring to not only the team locker room, but also on the court?
This was super important. That was super important for me. You know, I love playing basketball. I love just playing hoops, man. So to be able to just have a consistent basis of playing and just trying to get better, learn other players, building connections, you know, that was just super fun. You know, Chris was with me throughout that whole time. We were just continuing to go up and down the court, just playing. We're just doing what we love. So, you know, that was super fun. And then just being in the city while being here, it was great.
Thank you. And the last question at the very back.
Scotty, Champ Dugunas from ABS-CBN. You've won Rookie of the Year. You were part of the All-Star team last year. Is there any certain personal goals for yourself coming this year? Defensive Player of the Year, All-NBA First Team, Second Team, Third Team?
Like I said earlier, you know, it all starts with winning. That's the most important thing. And then everything else just falls into place. Those things would be great, but it all starts with winning first.
Great. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you, Scotty.
And just an FYI, when this was live, he left an 18-minute gap between him and Immanuel Quickley, which is hilarious.
Just walking through. Okay, we're going to get started. Thank you. What's the first question for IQ? Go to Doug and then Chitters. Go to S.
Hey, Immanuel, Doug Smith, Toronto Star. How are you?
Good. How you doing today?
I'm good, thank you. You spent a lot of time this summer with Darko, Africa, Spain, Miami. What do you, your sense of him now, spending that time with him as a coach and as a person?
I think just already understanding that he was like a big players coach. Just really understand that you can come to him about more than just basketball. We talk a lot about family, mindset, things like that. I was just talking to him about different books that we've been reading, different things that we've been watching. So a lot bigger than basketball, but then on the basketball side, very smart, very organized, tremendous work ethic. So a lot of different stuff that I've been able to pick up from him and learn that I've been with him. The Dynamite Daily, I think it was called Daily Dad, and then also Daily Dominate or Dynamite was one of the books. And he was just telling me about the mindset that you have to have every day that you come into work and things like that.
Motivational stuff as opposed to fiction.
Yeah, I'm not a big fiction reader at all, so.
Hey, IQ. John Shipley Hill with the Canadian Press. We've heard from Masai and Darko today about how this is going to be a rebuilding year, but obviously, you know, you're a competitor. You want to win. How do you balance that as one of the key parts of this young core?
Well, I don't think there's any balance. I think you come into every game and to prepare to try to win. Will we be young? Will we be learning a lot still? Yeah. Are we probably maybe not as talented as other teams, maybe, but that's no excuse to not play hard each and every night. No excuse to not give 110%, and no excuse not to be prepared against whoever you go against. So obviously there's building blocks and steps that you have to take to reach where you want to be, but there's no excuse to not come out and try to win every night.
We're going to go over to S and then down to Grange, but Annie is waving at me with something to do with I'm good? Okay, go ahead. So S.
IQ, right here.
Grange.
S. Barrett from Forbes, right here. On your left, my bad.
Got you.
First of all, obviously you traveled a lot this summer. Traveling gives people perspective. I'm wondering if you added a certain level of perspective as you've traveled all over the world. And second part is more about you and Scottie together as a duo. Really scratched the surface last season in terms of the connections you guys made in the pick and roll, handoffs, whatnot. Wondering, is that more of an in-game process, building that chemistry, or is that through camp and maybe practices?
Yeah, so the first question, really just, I was overseas for like maybe a month and like 15 days, so I've picked up a lot of things, a lot of new things that I can take with me. Tried to learn a little bit of Spanish while I was in Spain. The culture in Africa is totally different, and just having a sense of being grateful for everything that we have. A lot of people don't have like the things that we have, whether it's maybe access to clean water or food or things like that, or just having the ability to wake up and do a job that I love. That's something that I don't take for granted, don't take lightly, and I'm blessed. So, and then the question about Scottie, me and Scottie have been able to do a lot of things on the court together. As soon as basically we took maybe like 2 weeks off, and then we got right back to it. And the coaches had us working a lot together, shooting together, and he kicked me off his 2K Pro-Am team, so y'all can ask him about that later. But nah, me and Scottie have a great relationship. We was texting last night about the Ravens game. I know he's a big Ravens fan. I'm from Maryland as well. So, but just, it doesn't happen overnight. You got to continue to just chop wood and carry water about it, and just continue to find ways to get better, come in every day with a mindset to learn, and I do that with him.
So we're going to Michael Grange down front.
Quick, Michael Grange from Sportsnet. Welcome back. People, it's very common for people to say when they sign a big deal, a contract doesn't change them, money doesn't change them, but obviously, having that kind of commitment for a franchise, now that you've had some time to settle it in, did it have any impact on your outlook or your, as you approached this coming season or your off season?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a big deal in the fact that like me and the franchise in a sense are on the same page, and they believe in me, and I believe obviously in myself and what I can do. But as far as who I am, I don't think it changes me at all. You could ask my agent. I never really asked him once about what's going on with my contract. What are they talking about? Really, I really just was working the whole time just to try to get better. Everything ends up taking care of itself. God always has a plan, and if you put all the work in, and you kind of just put yourself behind the 8 ball and listen to what he's telling you to do, he'll lead you in the right direction. So didn't change really who I was.
So we're going to go Andrew over here, then Katie, and then Sean.
Hi, Immanuel. Andrew Damlin with CHCH News. They say media day is kind of like the first day of school. Did you like the first day of school heading into it as a kid?
You want the good answer, or you want?
I want the good answer, naturally.
First day of school, fun. Always see your friends. See what classes you got, the teachers you like, don't like. But this is my 5th year, so I've kind of seen, I'm sure all the rookies are like, oh my goodness, it's so crazy, it's so fun. But, I'm just excited to hoop, so.
Thank you. Over to Sean, who is to your left there.
Yeah, IQ, Sean Woodley, Locked On Raptors. Last year, you kind of got to learn the ropes as the lead guard after the trade, especially down the stretch with those Scottie and Yak. I'm wondering, What did you learn in that stretch that kind of informed your off-season work, and how are you feeling coming into this season for a full season of those lead guard duties?
Just being able to go back and actually watch it and being able to learn from trial and error, experience, seeing where those guys like the ball, how I can help them, even taking time with Yak after practice to like pick and roll and things like that. And just taking time, making the effort to try to, perfect it in a way. Like I said, it's not going to come easy. You got to, hit the hammer every single day that you come in, and I think we've done that.
Thank you. So we're going to go Katie, Eric, Lewis, Aaron.
Thank you. Katie Heindel, SB Nation. Masai touched on how impressed he was with the work that he was seeing you put in over the summer in various locations that you've mentioned. I just wondered how important momentum is to you in building that up going into a season.
I think momentum can be important, but I just look at it as like putting money in your bank so that you can take it out, when you need it. And to be honest, for me, I don't skip steps. In the summer, I take my work very seriously. I get up early, get my day started early, and I just take my work, seriously. I try to perfect my craft each and every day that I get a chance to, and I enjoy it. So I don't really look at it as like work, quote unquote. I just look at it as something that I love to do, and I don't take it for granted. And I appreciate God for my gift.
Thank you. Eric Green down here.
Hey, IQ, Eric Green, The Athletic. I want the real answer about the first day of school.
My mom's a teacher, so I love school.
Who's whether it was with the Knicks or anybody, who's been the most impactful leader for you as a younger player or at any different level?
Julius
Great
Randle.
question. Most impactful leader. I've been fortunate enough to have a lot of great leaders, great teammates. Derrick Rose just retired. He was on my team my rookie year, and to have a MVP, the youngest MVP ever on your team as a rookie, plays the same position as you, be able to ask him questions, is something that I hold true and dear to me. He was a great teammate. I've had a lot of great teammates. I don't want to start rambling off and miss some guys, but I had a lot of great guys, a lot of great coaches. So I'm really grateful for all of them.
Thank you. So it's Lewis and then Aaron.
Hey, IQ. Lewis Atzman, Raptors Public. Last year, the team defense wasn't, where anyone wanted it to be. If it were to improve this year and look a lot better, what would your role be in that improved defense?
Yeah, we didn't defend as well as we wanted to, and I think the coaches have hit on that. That's probably been one of the biggest things that we've hit on this summer. And one, it just starts with playing hard as a team, and then for me, most of the times being on the point of attack, being in the pick and roll, just getting reps and learning how to technique, and then obviously, like I said, the effort. Pick and roll, isolations, guarding those, and just trying to get better every day. But defense has definitely been a big emphasis on what we're doing.
Thank you. Aaron, here on
Hey,
the
quickly,
list.
Aaron Rose, SI.com. The Raptors talked about the emphasis of point of attack defense. How is that something that you've been focusing on over the offseason, and how do you hope to improve that this year?
I think one, it starts with being in great shape, because obviously I have to, handle the ball a lot and make plays on offense, but just being able to do both, which is, not easy, but the best players in the league do that. So being able to be in great shape that I can do both, and, learning from other great players that, play defense. The same way you can learn on offense, isolations, pick and roll, moves, you can, learn different things on defense. And then I think the last thing is just experience. You got to be able to go out there and do it and get game reps in. And I feel like I've made strides as a defender. My whole career, when I came in, I was just coming in, shooting threes and floaters, and that's pretty much all anybody knew me for was scoring. So just trying to, continue to, get better not only offense, but get better on defense as well.
Thank you. So it was Samson, Chelsea, Joe, and then we're going to end.
Hey, IQ, just over here. You mentioned working with Jakob in the pick and roll. He scored predominantly most of his points after a pocket pass. When, especially for a shooter as good as you, the hang dribble and the decision of time between getting into like a step back, the pull up, hitting that pocket pass. Are you excited about the prospect of working that aspect of your game along with him, and how has that gone between you two and the extra work you've been putting in?
I think I am very excited to answer your question. Just to be able to, make decisions and play big minutes and try to help this team win, help the younger guys. I say younger guys like I'm 30 years old, but help the young guys. Me and Yak, just texting a little bit. He's a very smart basketball player. I don't know if a lot of players know that, but just the intelligence he has, especially when you talk to him, you can understand that he's a very smart player. And just really trying to pick his brain, see where he likes the ball. Obviously, a lot of his scoring is off pocket passes, and he has a great touch around the rim. Just trying to understand where my teammates like the ball and where I can, help them be successful. But yeah.
Thank you. Chelsea, and then Joe, and then we'll wrap.
Chelsea Lake, Raptors HQ over here. Obviously, coming into a team midseason via trade versus coming in during the off-season is a little different. Now that you've kind of had like an off-season with this team, you've kind of traveled, done some team building, maybe spent a little bit more time here in Toronto. Has your maybe like mindset changed a little bit, and do you find like you have a deeper sense of connection both to the city, to the team, and what's it like now versus like when you first landed here after the trade?
I'd probably say the connection to the city and my teammates has probably changed a lot, but my mindset I don't think changes at all. Like I said earlier, I just come in with the same mindset, whether the money or the wins. My mindset is all about how can I get better today and how can I be better tomorrow than I was the day before. That's really all you can control. You really can't control anything else. And like I said earlier, everything ends up working out the way God wants it to. So really just, when I first got traded, I was like, you always probably in question about new decisions in life and new things that happen. But, this has probably been one of the best things that's happened to me. And, I'm looking forward to taking full advantage of it.
Thank you. Last question is going to go to Joe, who's on your left there.
Joe Wolf on with the score. Obviously, you have this floater that's a big part of your offensive game. Early on in your Raptors tenure, Darko said that an important next step in your development would be getting all the way to the rim more, playing through contact a little bit more. And sure enough, after the All-Star break, your rim frequency actually went up quite a bit. I'm wondering if that is still a priority for you, pushing more in that direction, and how does a change like that come about? In terms of the way you're attacking with the ball?
I think it comes with mindset and also just continuous work. Getting in the lane, being able to play off 2 feet, and then a whole off season of getting stronger, being in great shape. Just all those little things are going to have a pivotal point, I think, in helping me have a great season, and also being better at the rim, because that's one thing I can, want to continue to be better at. Obviously, I can shoot the ball and shoot the floater, shoot the mid-range, and score at all 3 levels, the free throw line, and just continue to get at the rim so that the defense can collapse and I can, find my teammates. So getting to the rim is definitely a big part.
Great. Thanks very much, Emmanuel.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great day.
Everyone, hold where you
What Dikembe Mutombo meant to me.
I'm just going to take myself off the screen for this one, out of respect.
Just heard the news about I don't know why I'm doing this. I just heard the news about Dikembe Mutombo, and it's really hard to believe, and yeah, it's hard for us to be with that guy, without that guy. You have no idea what Dikembe Mutombo meant to me. Wow. I hate to. Huh? Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm sorry, it's a tough one. I have to say though, that guy, he made us. He made us who we are. That guy is a giant, an incredible person. Yeah, who are we without Dikembe Mutombo? Not possible. It really is not. I went to Dikembe Mutombo's hometown with him. I went to his hospital. You have no idea what that guy means to the world. I mean, he's gone. He left us. To Mutombo's family, to Mama Rose, to his kids, there's no words. That guy was the biggest giant that you can ever find, the biggest heart. I know he'll rest well, and his family will be fine. He did so much for us, for the continent of Africa, for his people. I went to Dikembe Mutombo's hospital, and in Dikembe Mutombo's hospital in Kinshasa, you go to that hospital and it doesn't even smell like a hospital. You don't understand that I grew up in hospitals. That's how much pride this guy had. That's how much pride he had in doing good for his people. I built a court with him in Bujumbura, in his village, and spent a lot of time with him there. And what he's brought to youth on the continent, to people on the continent, we cannot even imagine. You cannot even imagine what that guy has done for me in my career. Yeah. He took me by the wings in Denver, and made me grow as a person. And now he's gone. He's left us. I treated my family, my kids. I remember in my house. Yeah. But everybody, there's nobody that Mutombo did not touch. Nobody. Everything you see as big as he is, his heart was bigger. Yeah, today is not a good day. Not a good day for sports, for us. For us in Africa, it's not a good day at all. But we'll celebrate him, and we'll celebrate him big. Because he set a path for us that I don't know many people that can do it. I'm proud that I knew Dikembe Mutombo. I'm proud that I worked with him. I'm proud that he mentored me. I'm proud that I did a lot of work with him. Traveled around the continent of Africa. This one hits home. I don't mean to dampen the day, but this one really hits home. Question? Yeah. Tell me.
I'm sure for everybody here, our condolences. I'm wondering, when you look at your passion for using basketball to develop in Africa, and how much was he a role model for that? Maybe a story of he shared, or that you can share, about how you took those steps and made it so fundamental to you based on his example.
You know, I remember I was traveling, and I saw Mutombo on in Atlanta on the plane, and I had just been promoted to director of scouting, and I was wearing sweats to travel, and he looked at me and he said, "Didn't you just get promoted? Why are you wearing sweats to travel? Yeah, go dress up." I remember we were going to meet Nelson Mandela in South Africa, and we came down, and a couple players came down, and he asked them where they were going. They were wearing sweats too. And he said, "Where are you going?" He said, "We're going to meet Mandela. They had chosen 7 of us to go meet with Nelson Mandela." And Dikembe said, "Well, go back upstairs and dress like you're going to meet Nelson Mandela." And that's what Dikembe meant to us. Everywhere, we've been all around the continent, the way he affected the youth, and he's always himself. Me and Adam Silver always talk about how accessible and how easy it was to be around Dikembe and to travel with Dikembe Mutombo. I did Basketball Without Borders for 20 years with Dikembe Mutombo, every year, every single year, with Amadou Fall and Dikembe Mutombo. You can't imagine going to Dikembe Mutombo's village with him and the hero that he is in Kinshasa, but the hero he is in Africa. That guy he's bigger than life, telling you, bigger. As big as his big shoes were, as big as his hands were, he was bigger as a person, and his heart was bigger. You have to, one day, if you are anywhere near there, you have to go to Dikembe Mutombo's hospital that he built. It's something with pride, that somebody spent his own money, raised money to do something like that on the continent, to take care of people. You cannot, he always had time for every child, every person, everybody that came to speak to him, traveled with him in airports, his big legs hanging high. There's nobody like Dikembe Mutombo. Nobody like him.
Hey, Masai Patrick Bizindari from Radio Shock FM. Dikembe was one of the pioneers from Africa. Now we have a number of African players in the NBA. What can those players learn from Mutombo as his legacy?
Well, the work he did on the continent, but the work he did in the NBA too. He was a star, and he took care of his profession. He was very serious about his profession. And I can't believe I'm talking about Dikembe and he's not here. How many times have you guys seen Dikembe Mutombo in Toronto here? Many times he's come, not only to support me, to support the team. I think the last time we were in Montreal, Dikembe Mutombo was there. To support Pascal, all these players. What that guy meant to us, the pace he set, what Dikembe Mutombo, Akim Olajuwon, Manute Bol did for us on the continent is something you cannot imagine. Nobody did it like those three in setting the pace for us. Now both of them are, Manute Bol and Dikembe Mutombo are gone. We remember them with great pride. We talk about Dikembe Mutombo with great pride. There's nobody like that guy. Nobody, trust me. Thank you.
Heartfelt, puts sort of a somber note and somewhat puts into perspective. But yes, everything we've ever heard about Dikembe, I never had a chance to meet him, but I know a couple of people who have that spoke so glowingly about him, about how he would take time to take pictures with people, even little kids, take one-on-one time, and he was very concerned about other people, you know? Like, you would come up to him and be like, "Dikembe Mutombo, I'm your biggest fan," and he'd be like, "What's your name? How's your day?" You know? Like, "What are you doing? What are you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to do a Dikembe Mutombo impression, but you understand, like, he would ask
We
you
are going to
3,
take
4
about 10 minutes
questions
here.
like you were an important person too, and I think that a lot of people now you're gonna see an outpouring of people coming out with those kinds of stories, but then also I think this is a glowing example for someone like Ulrich Chomche, because he also, according to Joe Tuamu, when we did the interview, he also has this ambition to build a hospital. So I think that that'll be just a great guiding light for him. And unfortunately, now RJ Barrett has to do a post game. Sorry, he has to do a press conference with the shadow of death as the conversation. So that'll be tough. But yes, yeah, it was really devastating, and 58 is absurdly young, right? It is very young to lose somebody. Okay, let's get to
Questions for RJ. We're going to start there with Scott, who got his hand up first. Grange coming in on Grange Standard Time. Go ahead, Scott.
Hey, RJ, how's it going?
It's going good.
I was just curious, as a guy who grew up watching basketball in this city, I just wanted to get your thoughts on the fact that the Raptors are going to retire Vince Carter's jersey.
I mean, had to have seen that coming at some point. You know, just a legend. What he's done for the game, just for multiple generations. You know that came after has been amazing. His impact is huge. You know, everybody that really plays basketball in this country knows who Vince Carter is. So what he's done for the game is huge, and we're just happy to be able to honor just the huge impact he left here, and just obviously the amazing athleticism and the dunks and everything else.
RJ, this may be the shortest media availability we have all day. Go to Aaron, and then Josh, and then Doug.
Hey, RJ, Aaron Rose, SI.com. Welcome back. What did you learn over the summer and from your experience with the Canadian?
Like, who is this woman? Like, do you need to tell him this is the shortest? Like, how's the player supposed to feel about that? Like, nobody wants to talk to me. I don't know. That does not
that you're
feel
hoping
right.
to take into the season?
Just nothing too crazy. I didn't really do anything different. Just playing together, playing as a team. Just whether it's defense, offense, doesn't really matter. Just playing together, playing as a team, and listening to coach what he wants us to do. I think if we just play hard every night, we'll have success.
Yes, and hey, RJ. In terms of the prep required to ramp yourself up for the Olympics, I mean, I know you're used to playing international basketball, but obviously this was higher level, higher competition at the Olympics. Does that help you going into the season, just in terms of being, I don't want to say in shape, because you always come in shape, but does it change your prep at all going into the season?
Absolutely. I mean, first is shorter rest time, so that's I guess that's the annoying part of it, but the good part of it is that I kind of just stay in shape, kind of basically the whole year round. I'm basically always in shape, so that's good. And I think just playing in the summer helps coming into the beginning of the year, because I'm constantly in rhythm. I'm always in rhythm. So I've just been, I played a lot this summer, and then yeah, that's it.
So I have Doug, then John, and then Grange, and then Ian, and I feel like I'm missing somebody. They already had their hand up.
AKA not such a short media availability. Jesus.
Chelsea, and then Steve.
Hey, RJ, it's Doug. How are you? You're up to your right.
Oh, what's up?
Not much, man. How important, or why was it important for you to go to Spain so quickly after the Olympics? And what did your already good relationship with Darko grow over the time you spent in the summer?
It was interesting. I actually, honestly, right after we lost, I was on the bus on the way back to the hotel, and I called Gemma right away, actually. So we got it figured out, pretty quickly. And just, this is the Raptors, man. This is my team, this is my home. Like, I wanted to be there with my teammates. We have a lot of new faces, a lot of rookies coming in. I was new to the team. I was only been here for half the year, so just continuing to try to build the relationships with the people here, continue to learn the system, and just, like I said, what Coach wants us to do so that, I could be better. Also, the guys could see me, hear my voice, my leadership, I wanted to show that, if I can, have just played in the Olympics and still showed up and, and be there with the guys, just trying to show that I'm here and I'm all in.
John.
Hey, RJ. John Chidley-Hill with the Canadian Press. You touched on this a little bit, but this is, obviously you're here with the team at the start of the season rather than being traded mid-season. How much does that help you in terms of your preparation, knowing the playbook, knowing your teammates, all that stuff?
Yeah, it's huge. Just being able to start out here is it's a lot different, than kind of coming in midway. Midway, I was playing without really knowing any of the plays. I got there I think I played 2 days after I got traded or something like that. So, just learning everything on the fly was fun. But now to be here to, like I said, be locked in and from the jump, is something that something I like. It's more comfortable just for me and kind of for everybody. We're able to know what we're doing and the direction we're going from the start.
Thank you. Michael Grange, right here on your left.
RJ, yeah, Michael Grange from Sportsnet. A lot of times in the summer, you put a lot of work on individual stuff with Drew, etc. Did that take a little step back this year because you were doing more stuff and with the Raptors as a group?
For sure. I didn't, get to work out with Drew as much as, I wanted to, but he would always send me stuff. We're always in constant communication, so it's good. He watched the games, was giving me pointers. He was actually there in France. So it was, always just continuing to make sure that I'm working on what I need to work on, getting better. Even though I did play, just in my workouts, before and after, make sure that I'm continuously adding to my game, sharpening my tools.
We're going to Ian here.
RJ, hey, Ian Harrison with Associated Press. Just back to Vince for a second. You spoke about the awareness that he created across Canada. I wonder, what about the influence? Do you think that his influence on basketball in this country kind of led to, say, even the medal of the worlds, the Olympic berth, and so on, the number of players getting drafted? How did he impact that side of the game?
He impacted it a lot. I know guys like KO would go to Vince Carter camps. You know what I mean? That's huge for young kids growing up and wanting to play basketball, aspiring to, go to the NBA. I think VC is really one of the first people that kind of, in Canada, people thought that they're going to be able to go to the NBA, just from watching him and watching the Raptors. And you kind of see it just go from Kelly and Tristan and Corey and those guys to all the way down to, Benedict Mathurin and Andrew Nembhard and just Shaedon Sharpe and just where basketball is now. It really started with Vince.
Thank you. We're going to go to Chelsea now. It's on your left.
Yeah, Chelsea Lee, Raptors HQ. Can you speak a little bit to your experience at the Olympics in Paris, kind of off the court, in the village with your teammates? And maybe how that experience, what you're taking from that experience into the season, and if there was anything about it that maybe you didn't expect, or
One, hanging out with those guys is one of the most fun things ever, just playing cards all the time. That's really what kind of I feel meant the most was, one, representing your country, but also just being around the guys. We've all kind of known each other for a long time. And like there's no like money involved and everything in it. It's just it's just straight fun. And I think being in the village was crazy, just because like when we're with our teams normally during the year, you kind of like just see people at the arena, like at the games, unless you have your own friendships and you know them, then but you normally just see people at the game. Whereas like in the village, like we're eating breakfast next to Jokic, and like we're eating dinner and Giannis just walks in, like so it was like it was different. It was crazy to kind of see guys that you wouldn't normally see just like in a different setting. So I think that was a fun part.
So we're going to go to Steve Simmons at the very back, then over to S, then back to Patrick, and then we'll have room for one more.
RJ, Steve Simmons, Toronto Sun. I've talked to a lot of athletes over the years who have gone to an Olympics and have had either success and it's something they carry with them often for the rest of their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Emotionally, when it ended so disappointingly in Paris, how do you feel now, and how do you think you'll feel in years to come?
Well, one, I feel very proud is the first thing. Something that hasn't been done 24 years. To be a part of that, I'm grateful for the country that I love so much. I'm very proud and very thankful to have had that honor. The feeling of losing sucks. No one wants to lose, especially when you feel like you could have won for sure. Then you had a good chance. So that feeling hurts. It doesn't go away. But I like to look on the bright side of we've come so far and we only have room to grow, as well as just the feeling of going and playing, and we're playing in the soccer stadium, and it was like 30,000 people in there. Like that's insane. That's a basketball memory that I'll have forever. Like going out playing for your country, 30,000 people watching in the stands, and just everybody back at home supporting. Like that's something I'll never take for granted.
Thank you. So we're going to go to S. Patrick, is your question in French? Okay, so I'm going to go S, Tony, Patrick. Thanks.
I knew you was going to sneak that in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's how we roll.
RJ, right over here, S. Barahini, Forbes Sports. Obviously, you said that it was a bit of an adjustment when you came in mid-season last year, learning the plays and figuring things out, but you put up career numbers across the board.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, looking into this season, that fresh start, you also said you wanted to work on your defense heading out in the summer. Is that a point of emphasis for you to figure out the defensive side now, or is it just more of an all-around thing that you want to get better at? All
around, both, for sure. I think offense, defense, and I think just talking more, using my voice more, helping the other guys on the team, because now that I'm getting a little adjusted, I can help other people as well. But yeah, defense is a big part of it for me. Just a new defensive system, learning and just applying it and being more of a two-way player. Yeah, as well as like when I came here, and Scottie was huge in helping getting me adjusted, just because he's so vocal. He cares about winning. And then, being able to come here with Quick too, we're able to kind of figure things out together, and just a lot of conversations with Darko, a lot of film. So yeah, the adjustment wasn't too hard, but I think the adjustment was more so, leaving, coming to Toronto, playing a game in Toronto, and going on a 2-week road trip. I don't have any clothes. I think that was more so the adjustment.
Thank you. So we'll go to Tony for his question. Go ahead.
Hi, Arjun. Yeah, players highlight a lot how Darko communicate with the players. My question is, as far as you can tell, do you remember any special moment last season, like in the locker room, in a game, or this summer, with Darko that reflects his personality?
Mm-hmm. First one is a funny one. I I have a couple actually. Okay, first one's a funny one. We're in film and like, you know, Darko always says good morning to everybody, daps everybody up in the morning. And you know, as a rookie coming into the NBA, you get the hazing, you got to get made fun of all the time. So we come in and Grady likes to do this thing where he doesn't get a haircut for a while. So Darko comes in is like, Grady, like he's like, RJ, like, can you like get Grady a barber or something? You're from here, right? Like, get him a barber. Like, he needs a haircut bad. Because I mean, Grady be looking crazy sometimes. You know, that's my guy. So that he be getting on him, you know, getting on the rook. Another funny one was mid-game. Quick and I, like, Quick's my brother, and like we're really competitive. And sometimes, like, it's something basketball, like you miss somebody, you know, like that happens every game. And I think Quick missed me, and then I missed him, something like, and we're both on the bench sitting beside each other. Darko comes over, and we're thinking like it's about to be like, you know, something crazy or something real serious. He's like, do you like him? I'm like, yeah. He's like, do you like him? I'm like, yeah. Like, that's my boy. He's like, so pass each other the ball. Like, yeah, man, just fun stuff like that. And then he's just such a caring guy. Like, you know, I was dealing with stuff with my brother, and he always like made sure to check on me every day. He texts me all the time, and you know, every morning when I came in, like he'd check on me. So, yeah, a lot of love for Darko.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony. Last question to Patrick, who is at the back on your right.
Patrick Bizindabi, Radio Choc FM. RJ, comme joueur canadien de Toronto, que signifie pour toi les 30 ans des Toronto Raptors et la célébration de Vince Carter cette saison?
C'est beaucoup pour moi parce que 30 ans et moi, je vivais là quand j'étais petit. Je regardais comme tous les matchs quand j'avais comme 8 ans, 9 ans. Alors, j'aime les Raptors beaucoup. Alors, c'est vraiment important pour moi et je suis très content d'être ici et très content pour être ici pour le 30e anniversaire. Ouais.
Thank you. Thanks, RJ.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone.
I mean, I think you could not speak French and fully understand what he just said, but basically he's excited about the 30th year. Really, really important for the Toronto Raptors. He's excited. Perfect.
Back into
Much as it does to.
Okay, I got to tell you, among
your summer was good.
all the Raptors that do media day, you would expect me to be most excited for Scottie or Masai or Darko, but actually it's this guy that I'm most excited about because he gives very thorough answers and he has no idea how to lie. So, you know, like, yeah.
Are you ready to talk a little bit about defense?
Sure.
Okay, so, Darko.
I didn't say it wasn't. I didn't say it was bad French. I just said it's very simple to understand. Like, you didn't have to speak French to even understand. Anyways, okay. So here goes Jakob, and I'm going to be really paying attention to this one.
I was talking about higher pickup points and also being more aggressive overall. You obviously are more of a rim protector than like a ball pressure guy up top. But as far as how you support the guards and wings who play that, how do you see yourself fitting into a more aggressive scheme this year?
I mean, it's kind of like you said. I don't think it applies to me in a lot of situations. I mean, there's going to be some when like a big catches it out on the three-point line, like a 5-out set, where us as bigs are going to be more aggressive as well. But for the most part, I think we're just trying to be as disruptive as possible. Maybe sometimes it's going to lead to more like drives and situations like that where we got to be on top of our rotations, but I think we're ready for it.
Just a quick thing. What does disruption look like for somebody who operates in the back end of the defense?
I mean, like I said, it doesn't apply to me as much as it does to like our perimeter defenders. I mean, there are going to be situations where like we just don't want whoever is handling the ball like to be comfortable, like to be able to go to their go-to move, whatever that might be in the situation. Like, might be just getting a shot up or whatever. Like, just making them go to their second or third option is going to be the goal in almost all situations.
Thank you. Okay, so Lewis, you waved your question off. Okay, so I'm going to go to Grange up here in the front. And then to Eric, and then back to Josh.
Jakob, good to see you. Michael Grange for Sportsnet. how much progress do you feel you made compared to the end of the last season with, let's just say, Immanual Quickley on your pick and roll partnership? And I presume that was maybe a focus of some of these off-season camps you guys went to?
Yeah, it was. It was something we worked on. It's something like I've had just individual conversations with Quick as well, trying to figure out what would be the best way for us to like get our chemistry going as fast as possible. I think we were off to a pretty good start last year. It felt fairly natural, but just like working on those little nuances. So we had a couple times where after practice we would just get together, the two of us, just with a couple coaches, and just go through some reps. We had a little bit of time in Miami as well. We were actually like working out with the same trainers, where we could just get a little bit more experience in. Just really all it is about, like, is being out there on the court together and like going through the motions, and then you'll pick things up or you'll learn more and more about each other, and then I think it'll get better and better from there.
Thank you. To Eric, who's down in front to your right.
Hey, Yak. Eric Corrine, The Athletic. Masai was out here earlier talking about how this is a bit of a rebuilding phase, and then he was very quick to point out that's a front office thing, not a players and coaches type thing, where the focus is obviously more on getting better and winning. From one of the leaders, how does that sit with you, and how good do you think this team could be?
I mean, I think we're all aware of the situation. Like, we had a massive change in the team since like the middle of last season. So we know that we're starting somewhere in the beginning. I think we have a young team, but a talented enough team, and we have enough guys that have some experience and like kind of established themselves in the NBA, so we're not starting from zero. So I think we're definitely capable of winning some games. I know that's not the main focus for us. We're going to go into every single game trying to win it. We're trying to win as many games like as we can this season. We're trying to get to playoff positions where we can gain like really valuable experience and stuff like that. But I think the focus for us is more on getting better as a team. Like, this has to be like a long-term project. I think we all know, like, we're not going to like go attack the championship this year. Like, but it makes no sense for us to like try and like win every single game like as much as we can and sacrifice development in turn of that. So I think we got to find the right balance there, and as long as we do a good job like growing together, like, I think a lot of our young guys are going to get a lot of opportunities, and we're going to be able to learn from that.
Thank you. To Josh, who's down to your left.
Josh Lewenberg, TSN. Hey, Yak, welcome back. I'm just going to follow up on Eric's question. We spoke to you right after the Pascal trade, and you said, to paraphrase a little bit, but you said you're happy to be a part of a developing team as long as they're still trying to win games and being competitive rather than playing for draft picks. Now, you talked a little bit about it there, but what is it about this situation, understanding that not every rebuild is the same, that makes you still feel like the organizational goals and the situation here aligns with you and where you're at in your career right now?
I mean, I think it's pretty much what you said right now. Like, for a team to be like fun and desirable to play on doesn't have to be like a championship contender every single year. It's more about the mindset and the focus that we have as a team, and I think we have a very good a good plan when it comes to the future, and our mindset and our general like energy in the locker room is very positive. So I think those are key components for me, where like, okay, this is a project that makes sense for me. Like, I think a situation where you're maybe trying to hold on to something that doesn't make sense, or like there's like a toxic locker room, or I don't know, like I don't want, like, this situation that we have here overall is to me is like a positive one. That's why I think it makes sense for me to be here, and I think I can help this team a lot, and this situation can help me in return. So I think it's like a win-win situation.
2 more questions for you, Yak. Savannah at the very back.
Hey, Yak, hope you had a good summer. In terms of your own expectations for yourself. How will you navigate as a veteran player the frustrations that inevitably come with a rebuilding team? And what does personal success on the court and, I mean, off the court, I guess, as well, look like for you?
I mean, I think it goes along with what I just said, where like our expectation isn't to win like 65 games this year and be in the NBA Finals. I think we can have really positive experiences just based on how we develop, how we improve over the year. Like we don't need to win every single game for us to have like a positive outlook at the end of the season. Be like, okay, yeah, we had a successful year. So I think that alone helps. And to be honest, I think we put ourselves in a position where we can surprise a bunch of people, where we can exceed expectations. And I think those are things that make for a positive environment. And like at the end of the day, we can look back on the season and be like, yeah, we got better and we got a step closer to where we want to be.
Thank you. And last question is going to go to Aaron, who is down here to your right.
Hi, Yak. Scottie was talking a lot about leadership and how he's developed that over the summer. As one of the guys who's at this point been here the longest with him, how have you seen that develop over the summer, over his whole time here?
I mean, I think Scottie's always been like a very vocal guy, like an emotional and vocal leader. I think the way I've seen him mature the most is almost in the way he understands his teammates. Like he's one of those guys, like he sees things out there on the court that like maybe not everybody else is able to see. Like he makes reads that aren't like necessarily always possible for everybody else, but the way he's like adapting to who's around him, and like he can find ways to like maybe change the way he plays a little bit and helping his teammates out there on the court. I think that's been a really impressive development for a guy that's still very young. Yeah, I'm sure he'll get even better in situations like that in the coming years.
Great. Thank you, Jakob. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Okay. I mean, overall, I think we got a lot of positives from Yak there. I think his outlook on the season is healthy. I expected nothing less. I expected him to be real, and he kept it real. We're not winning a championship. I don't think anyone here is expecting a championship, but we have a chance to surprise some people, which is exactly what I was saying earlier. You could be good. I'm telling you, man. To those of you out there who are expecting a Cooper flag tank, don't hold your breath. It's not happening. I'm telling you. This team is too together. I have seen dysfunctional teams. I know what they look like. They look like the Washington Wizards, right? There is a floor that you cannot achieve when you put this many winning players together. Every single player you have here is a winning player. There are no losing players. There's no chemistry disruptors. There's not even a Dennis Schroeder where you're like, oh man, this guy's got some ulterior motives. Everyone's on the same page. Everyone's trying to get better. Everyone's trying to win. You can say, hey, well, this guy's 23 and he's really young, but it's like, he's 23 and he's a man. You know what I mean? Like 23, you can vote, you're a man. You can drink, you're a man. Okay. These are all men. They're young men, but they're men. Okay. They're inexperienced, but the NBA experience is the only experience that counts. I mean, I'm sorry. Look, I've seen two massive surprise. Hold on. I've seen three massive surprise seasons in Toronto. 2006, 2007. First year, Garbajosa, Anthony Parker, Rasha Nesterovic, Andrea Bargnani, TJ Ford. Y'all remember that team? I love that team. That team was surprising. They won 47 wins. There was another team that was super surprising. That was the We the North Raptors, 2013, 2014. Super surprising, 47 wins. Then there was another team that was super surprising, which was Scottie's rookie year, and that team just caught lightning in a bottle. Somewhere around the trade deadline, Precious Achiuwa is hitting 40% from three, Chris Boucher is contributing, Thaddeus Young is participating, Scottie Barnes is winning rookie of the year. And look, I think what Jakob said, perhaps the biggest takeaway from what he said, and I'll paraphrase what he said. He said, okay, I don't need to paraphrase what he said because he just literally just said it. I don't need to paraphrase. Y'all heard it. What I took away from what he said that was the best thing is that basically this is a positive environment. when you set the groundwork of we're supposed to win 32 games and you win 37 games, that's a positive environment. It's not a negative environment. You're taking all the pressure off. And do I necessarily agree with it? Sure, I do. I just think, me personally, I think these players are better than this front office is giving them credit for. I think Jakob Poeltl is a starting center in the NBA. I think Scottie Barnes is third team, second team All NBA type of talent. And I think RJ Barrett and Immanuel Quickley are capable starters on a good team. Put all of that together, really what you're missing is a shooting guard, like a legit starting shooting guard, and maybe one rim protecting big off the bench. And honestly, that's not that hard to acquire. That's really not that hard to acquire. And I feel like I would have been perfectly fine aiming for, sixth this year. But that's just not where we're at right now. That's not where we're at, and that's not where they want to be, and that's fine. Next up is Kelly Olynyk, KO. It's got a haircut. That's interesting. And then we will hear from Grady Dick.
Thanks. You guys know the drill by now. Questions for Kelly? Raise your hands. Start with Michael Grange down front. And we'll go to Tony. Then to that very active corner over there.
Kelly, Michael Grange from Sportsnet. Welcome back.
Appreciate it.
We were talking to RJ, and he said, just how important it was for him to train with the Raptors immediately after the Olympics. I understand you went to Spain as well.
I did, yeah.
And why did you make that a priority? I mean, obviously, you'd already given up a lot of time for your summer. Just maybe walk through that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, looking back at last year, obviously, traded at the trade deadline. And there was a bunch of moves that were made. Brought in a bunch of new guys. We played probably 6 quarters together, and then everybody got hurt or was out, or a lot of different stuff happened where we never got to really be together, play together, build any chemistry or continuity. So that was kind of my reasoning was, I need to get with these guys and start to build some chemistry, some continuity, some connectivity, and really start to gel, because it doesn't happen overnight. Everybody knows that. And we never really had the opportunity to at the end of last year. And now you even got new guys in now, some younger guys, some rookies, a couple more trades. So, that was my biggest thing is we got to get together and start playing together and learning, how to play off of each other and with each other and complement each other. So that was the biggest thing for me is just, the more we can get together and play together, the smoother the transition is going to be. And it'll still be a little bumpy, I guarantee you that, but it'll definitely help.
So we're going to Tony, then Chelsea, Samson.
Hi, Kelly. Tony Cañaveral from Mundo Deportivo, Spain. Yes, what stood out to you from Darko the most last season in terms of the communication with the players?
You say, what did he talk to us most about?
No, what stood out you the most? What would you highlight from
what do I like about him?
Darko relates with the players?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's really good. He knows basketball. He comes from European background, which is a different style of basketball, where everybody kind of moves and touches the ball, and you play through big guys and to facilitate a little more. So it's definitely helps and plays towards my game and being able to make plays and passes and get guys open. But I think, as we build here another year in his system, guys will start to get more comfortable, continue to see where they can seize their opportunities and, how to make each other better. And, I think he's done a good job so far, and I'm looking forward to continue to build with him.
Thanks. Chelsea, Samson, and Josh.
Hey, Kelly, Chelsea Late, Raptors HQ. I'm curious if you could speak a little bit to your experience in Paris after working so hard to get to the Olympics, and then just your experience in the village with your teammates being in Paris, despite the fact that it ended earlier than you may have wanted. But what about the experience as a whole are you taking back now into this team and the season?
Yeah, I mean, Paris was, an awesome experience. Obviously, we started up in Lille, which is, 3 hours north of Paris, and that's where our first 3 games were. And it felt a little different. It felt more like a glorified basketball tournament up there because we were the only people up there with basketball. You're still in a village, but it was only basketball teams, men's and women's basketball.
But once you got to Paris, you could really feel the atmosphere and the energy and enthusiasm, excitement around, the games, being in the bigger village, walking through that and seeing all the different athletes, different countries, everybody, wearing their gear and their country. And it was really, really cool to experience and be a part of, and definitely a memory you'll remember for a long time. Unfortunately, the quarterfinals didn't go how we wanted. I mean, everybody knows that. And it's a weird tournament because, kind of like March Madness. I mean, you could be the number one team in the country, win however many games, and you get to and it's basically a one-game tournament after that for 3 games in a row. So, unfortunately, it didn't go the way we wanted there, but, it's a great experience, something to build off. And, you're in history as an Olympian, and once you're an Olympian, you're always an Olympian.
Samson.
Hey, Samson Folk, Raptors Republic. Hope your summer was good, Kelly. I wanted to ask you about Darko's approach. As you mentioned, you guys cut a lot, and a lot of the offense is based off of creating steals, hitting overhead passes, and this, as you said, leans into a lot of your advantages as a player, but kind of ramping up with the Raptors and Darko. Have you learned anything about your game by kind of leaning harder into those aspects of it?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've started to lean into that a little more, like, a few of the last couple teams I've been on. But yeah, that is the way his offense works. I mean, it's a lot of ball movement, a lot of body movement, different players handling the ball, a little unconventional in terms of NBA style. But I think we have the talent group and skill set for it. And, you have to play towards your team. And I think, that's definitely playing to our advantages.
Thanks. Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, Kelly, Josh Lewinberg, TSN. I just asked Yak a similar question. Of course, you're another vet on this very young roster. Lots of talk from Masai and Darko today about how this is still the early stage of a rebuild. I'm just wondering, I mean, not all rebuilds are the same, and you've been a part of a few of them during your career. What is it about this situation that still aligns with your own personal goals and where you're at in your career, and how do you feel like you can help them being in this stage?
Yeah, I mean, this is my 12th year in the NBA. So I've been on, 6 teams now, I guess it is. So you have a lot of experience. You've seen a lot of different things. I've been to the finals. I've been out of the playoffs. I've been on some really good teams and some really bad teams. And so I've seen the whole spectrum, and I think that helps me in terms of being able to share those experiences and that knowledge with some younger players, and helping them kind of accelerate into where they can be. Obviously, it's going to take them a long time to reach their potential and realize it. But if I can accelerate their ability to get there, that's a good thing. And a lot of these young guys, you don't know what you don't know. So just helping them along the way, whether it's on the court, off the court, whatever it is, just trying to help them find their niche in this league and be able to contribute to a winning team.
So we're going to go Ian, S, Will, you, and then Aaron.
Hey, Kelly, over here. Sorry.
Yep, toward your right.
With the jersey retirement here for Vince and then the Hall of Fame induction coming up, can you talk to me about the influence you think he's had on basketball in this country? What did Vince do to kind of set the path for where Canada basketball is now, both internationally and in terms of producing NBA players?
Yeah, I mean, I think, obviously the Raptors coming here first in '95 was a huge, huge key to the growth of basketball in this nation as well. And then, obviously with Vince getting drafted, he brought so much energy and enthusiasm and excitement to not only the city of Toronto and the Raptors, but a whole country. He was a walking highlight reel, and everybody coming to the game, you knew when you came you were going to see something that was to be seen, so to speak. So I think he just made it cool or vogue to play basketball and to do it at a high level. Then he kind of broke some barriers on what people even tried to do with the dunk contest and stuff. So I think that you're seeing a lot of kids who, I mean, me was one of them, went in their backyards and are trying to emulate what he did on the court. So I think, that effect is huge. And I said it the other day. I mean, I think what you're now seeing is, I obviously grew up watching Vince Carter. He got drafted here when I was 7, 8 years old. So a lot of, my friends and even some older people, we wanted to play basketball so much because of, the Raptors and Vince and the excitement it brought. But now you're seeing, my age group or those people now have kids and they're putting their kids into basketball because they are basketball fans now. So now the whole effect is multi-generational, and you're seeing, all these kids. When he did the court unveiling and we went there, you have all these kids who are 7, 8, 9 years old. I mean, they weren't here when Vince was here. They were, but because their parents were, and their parents got into basketball and were enthusiastic, now the kids are, now Canada has more resources and ability to, whatever it is, club teams, AAU teams, rec teams, courts. So now when, that new generation, or that generation is having kids, and now you have a new generation with even more opportunities to play and learn and grow, and with social media and the ability to see everything, now you're going to see it probably grow exponentially. So now it's just, the sky's the limit.
Thank you. So we're going to go to S, who's over on your left.
Hey, Kelly. S. Barahini here from Forbes Sports. Obviously, this is a very young team, and there's 4 rookies coming in. As one of the leaders, which one of the guys has reached out to you to maybe pick your brain early before you guys start camp?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them have, especially the bigs, asking questions, why do you do this? How do you do this? How do you prevent this from happening? This, that. And it's not any one person on like a chunk of thing. It's just over time. And that's part of, going back to the first question, is why you want to be around, right? Why you want to get together with the team, to be able to do that and share that and help these kids, like I said, accelerate. But a lot of them have. And, I encourage them to keep doing it, because that's the only way you're going to learn and grow. Like I said, they don't know what they don't know. And, there's a lot of things I don't know, but, I have a lot of experience and can help them find those answers.
So we're going to go to Will, who's at the back.
Hey, Kelly.
Right?
I want to ask you about RJ and his growth. You've obviously played a lot with RJ. I'm sure you've known him since he was really young too and stuff. What have you made of his coming to Toronto, and also what are the next steps for him as a player? Because I think he's played a lot of his best basketball since coming back to Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just continued to grow as a basketball player. He's still, what was he, 25 years old? He's like, yeah, he's got a lot of room to keep growing and keep getting better. But he's shooting the ball, probably the best I've ever seen him shoot the ball. He's always been able to get to the rim and finish. And now he's playing defense at a higher level than I've ever seen him play. And he's capable of doing it all. And I think that you're really going to see him continue to shoulder a lot of load and continue to get better and kind of just do everything. But he's been awesome. He works his butt off, and I'm happy for him.
Second row in to the left here.
Hi, Kelly. Mark Daniel for the Toronto Sun. You've been around the team since you were a kid. I wanted you to talk a little bit about the importance or significance of the fact that you get to play in the team's 30th season.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when the Raptors first came here, and watching on TV, listening on the radio, going to games in the Sky Dome with binoculars from the very top, like all that. And so first off, it's crazy that it's been 30 years, because if I remember the start, that means I'm older than the Raptors, which is crazy too. But it's pretty surreal to think that 30th anniversary, and then I'm here playing. I told someone earlier today at a different station, it's like, when you grow up, and you dream of playing in the NBA or playing professional sports, you really, like, as a kid, like growing up in Toronto, you don't dream of playing in the NBA. Like, you dream of playing for the Raptors. Like, that's what it's about. That's your dreams, right? Like, or if you grow up in, Boston, you dream of playing for the Celtics, right? And you want to play professionally, but like your real dream is to play for the Raptors, and to know that that's come true. And like, it's one thing to make the NBA and like your dreams became reality, but this is really your childhood dreams becoming a reality and coming to fruition is playing for the Raptors. And in their 30th year, a monumental year, looking back at all of the players and coaches and fans and everybody that over the last 30 years, and it's really, really special to be a part of, and you don't take it for granted.
I know that it's a really beautiful sentiment that he was up in the Sky Dome in the first year when the Raptors were starting to play with binoculars, but that's just cap. It's not true. You don't remember the beginning of the Raptors, Kelly Olynyk. I know that because I'm older than you and I barely remember the beginning of the Raptors. People don't form memories this early. And he would have been when the Raptors came, I think he's, if I'm not mistaken, 93 born, 94 born. He was literally born the year the Raptors were announced. So he might remember 1997, 98. Maybe he remembers 98. I'm not even trying to, I'm not trying to like call him out or anything. I'm just saying it's highly unlikely that somebody has formed absolute memories prior to the age of 5. Like there are some abnormal people who have memories like very starch memories like from 4. I think the problem here is probably he has a picture of himself maybe at a Raptor game when he was 3 years old or something like that, and I'm assuming his family is very, very into basketball. I know that he moved to Kamloops at some point, which is, if I'm not mistaken, BC. Anyways, I'm not trying to nitpick the hell out of this. It's just he was born in 1991. What? Oh shit! Is he older than I remember him being? Shit! Right. Math fail. Kelly Olynyk is Kelly's 31, 32, 32. Wait, what? Hang on. We gotta fact check the shit out of this. One sec. So Kelly was born in April. He's 33? Oh shit. Whoa. He's 33. He's gonna turn 34 this year? Bro, I'm having a real life realization that Kelly Olynyk is older than I realized. I was positive he was 32 now, but he turned 33 as a Raptor. Whoa. Okay. So Kelly was 4. Okay. Never mind. I apologize. He possibly does remember the Sky Dome because that would mean he would be like 6 years old. My bad. I feel like an asshole. Okay. Never mind. Yes, his mom did work for the Raptors. Kelly Olynyk is older than I realized. Holy shit. I'm 91, turning 33. Yes, but he's 91 and he's turning 34 this season. Damn. I have a memory for when I was 6 months. I'm not telling you you're lying. I'm just telling you that's very, very, very strange and very odd. Okay, continue on.
Thanks, Mark. Last question goes to Aaron here on your
Kelly,
right.
Aaron Rose, SI.com. Similar question. How have you seen basketball in this country grow because of the Raptors over the last 30 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just the same thing that I answered before is, bringing basketball to this country just, brought a whole new look and feel to basketball. The ability to see basketball at the highest level live and then have some, a team and players and people to follow and watch and learn from and grow from and emulate and admire. Like those are pretty special things, and to have it in your backyard, not everybody gets the opportunity. There's only 30 cities that have that opportunity, and for Toronto to be one of them, that's amazing. And I think, because of the Raptors and everything they've done to grow the game in Toronto, grow the game in Canada, have the Canada series all over. You're not only seeing the impact in Toronto, but you're seeing it coast to coast. People wanting to play basketball, growing up playing basketball, gravitating towards basketball in a place that used to be predominantly hockey or predominantly other sports. You're seeing people want to play it, and you're seeing the opportunities to play it present themselves at a way more frequent rate than even when I was a kid.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks, Kelly.
Appreciate it.
It's a really great thing for the Canadian media that RJ and Grady are here. Sorry, RJ and Kelly are here. And final one up is Grady, and then we'll sum it all up.
Go to Samson. Go ahead, Josh.
Hey, Grady, welcome back. Josh Lewinberg, TSN. I mean, obviously, last summer.
Jeez, man. The hair. I'm someone who does that too. I'm someone who goes a little, like, I have friends of mine that won't go 3 days over when they're supposed to get a haircut, and I'm like the type of person that'll go like a month and a half. Grady is definitely cut after the same cloth. My bad.
Would have been such a whirlwind with the draft and just getting accustomed to the team, teammates, surroundings. How much different did this summer feel having a full season under your belt and knowing specifically what to work on? Did it feel like does it feel like you're a little bit more settled going into year number 2?
For sure. A lot less stress, no anxiety. I feel like, being new, it was just, I don't know, it's a different feeling. Yeah, exactly what you said, having a season under your belt, not having to worry about going to different places when we first got to camp and being late and like just all that kind of the stress of being a rookie. But, I'm super grateful, for the season and the vets that I had, the vet I still have with Garrett Temple, pushing me throughout the season and just allowing me to learn, with him. And I think through that it's been amazing.
Akil, who's just on your right there.
Thank you. JQ, good to see you.
Nice to see
Hey, Grady, Akil Augustine, NBA TV Canada. A lot was made of the jump you made mid-season last year and the process that you guys applied to that. How much of this season was similar to that, or this off-season was similar to that, or was it a completely different approach to how you tried to make your jump?
I think really just keep building on what I've been doing. Obviously, I'm not going to remain doing the same thing and stay where I'm at. I always want to push and get better. So I feel like doing that, it was just being consistent, not only on the court, but, in the weight room, nutrition, all that stuff that really just allows me to, be where I want to be and be where I want to be when I hit this season.
Thank you.
Adam Mascaris, Daily Hive, Grady over in the middle here.
Oh, hi.
Throughout your career, you've changed teams a lot, just, growing up through high school, going to college, and now you're kind of here, year 2, part of a sort of a long-term project. Just from a mindset perspective, have you had to change anything when you think, just when it comes to the long-term future of your career, or are you just kind of taking things one day at a time?
For sure, taking things one day at a time. I'm grateful that I get to see these guys again. I guess I really hadn't thought about it like that, but yeah, I went from high school to college straight to here. Hadn't played with the same team, for 2 years, more than 2 years since high school. So, it's cool when you come in. Like I said earlier, with the season under your belt, it's a sense of not only like kind of relief, but really just a preparation and knowing what I need to do to be ready, and to kind of help the chemistry of the team, where you have older guys that are going to lead, but I can still use my kind of knowledge of last season to even help, Jacoby and the new guys. So it's having that under my belt that helps me be prepared really.
So we'll go to Samson, and then Champ, then Tony.
Hey, Grady. Just over here, Samson, Folk Raptors Republic. So during the offseason, I watched and tracked all of your jumpers, and so it might not be odd to you, but after you came back from your G League stints, you shot 23 of 51 for 45% on movement threes, which is better than you shot on the easy threes. At Kansas, you shot better on guarded threes than on unguarded. Is this like a told my landlord to raise my rent, that's my grind thing? Like, what makes you so good in the most difficult, I guess, shot context?
Definitely know a lot more than I knew about that, but I think it's just, throughout that season, it was really just being prepared. I feel like I've talked about it a lot already, but that was the biggest advice Garrett, Temple told me was in a season of 82 games, preparation is key. You never know what's going to happen, especially with our season. We had a lot of stuff happen during the season where, I was called to play more minutes, and I'm grateful for that. But I think through that, as I was prepared, it kind of just seeing the ball go through the goal in practice kind of helped build that confidence where I was shooting those numbers.
Very back row there for you, Grady.
Grady Dick from ABS-CBN News. You're officially on year 2. You're not a rookie anymore. How happy are you you're not doing rookie duties anymore? And do you have anything lined up for the rookies in terms of hazing?
Well, I guess to Garrett, I'm technically a rookie till the first game, so I'm not out of the clear yet. But yeah, no, my rookie duty was always the playing cards on the plane. But I already saw in the group chat someone else is going to get them right now, so that feels amazing, for sure.
And right next to him, Tony.
Hi, Grady. Thank you. Yes, RJ Barrett was explaining a very funny story about Darko and you. Darko joking about your kind of messy hair at some moment last season. Yeah, what personally means to you having a coach like Darko, and plus, like he's gonna be also like a sophomore entering this season, like you. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I love Coach Darko. Yeah, he. I mean, I always have my flow. So last year, I always leave some gel out of it going into practice, and he, I think, probably a couple weeks straight, every single day, asked me when I need a haircut, all that stuff, trying to give me his number to his barber. But no, it's great when you have a coach like that that just wants the best for you. He can also, you get along with personally, and it's amazing, but also knows, he's not going to let you get anything easy. And, if he stops yelling at me, that's when I want to be worried. That shows he won't care. But as of right now, I hear a lot of it. So it's great.
Thank you. So we're going to go Sean, and then down here to Chitters, and then back to Liban.
Hey, Grady. Sean Woodley, Locked On Raptors. Gary Trent, biggest offseason exit for the team. Seems to be a starting job available. Have you had conversations with Darko and the staff about whether that's going to be you? And if there's a competition, obviously, it seems like that'll be the case. What's your...
I'll bet you, I'm going to guess he's going to say no, but everybody knows he's starting, right?
Your sort of pitch as a player to fit into that starting five? How can you complement IQ, RJ, Scottie, Yak in that group?
I mean, I think it's really just taking it one day at a time. And in my case, I'm going to try my best to be in the position that the team needs. And it's not me pushing my agenda. It's really the role that I need to fill. And if that calls for the starting position, then I'm going to put my all into that. And really the main goal of this whole season is just to win. Winning solves a lot. We play good or bad, you win. A lot of stuff gets forgotten, so we just want to win, really.
So, John.
Hey, Grady. John Chipley Hill with the Canadian Press. You sort of touched on it a little bit, but what are your personal goals or maybe expectations for the season, just for your individual performance?
Yeah, I'm always going to harp on, as I said, filling that role and just doing what's best for the team. And I don't want to ever go out there and be someone who I'm not and play outside my game. Because I feel like I know my game the best, obviously because it's my game, but I don't know, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but it's just what the team needs. I just want to go there, talk to coaches, sit down and watch film with Coach Evo. He's my personal shooting coach. Go in there and take the steps it takes to, get to where we want to be.
Thanks. Two more questions for you, Grady. One from Liban, who is to your left.
Liban Osman from Toronto Star. Grady, last time we saw you talked about gaining weight. 9 pounds. Is there an update on that? And then also just talking about working with Ivo. Like, what's that been like for you just the last year or so, and this summer too?
Yeah, I feel like locking in on the nutrition side, not only the weight side, but just learning how important it is to get the right foods and drinks in your system where you are lifting and getting that in you. So I feel like once I kind of locked in that consistently, and I'm still 20, so I feel like as I get older, it's just naturally gonna get there, and the more work I put in, I feel better with my body, for sure.
Thanks. Last question is from Michael Grange, down front.
Hey, Grady. Michael Grange from Sportsnet. With all the work you did last season, is there something coming into this year where you just feel you got that nailed? Like, is there a certain skill set or a certain understanding that you feel you can build on from?
I think just continue to learn the game and the spacing of an NBA court. Obviously, there's going to be bumps in the road. I'm not going to say the season's going to be perfect, but I feel like I have gotten better at just. I would tend to overthink on the defensive side in the rookie season where I don't want to make a mistake here and just thinking too much of it where ultimately I would. So just going out there, talking with coaches, and Coach Darko gave me advice of just go out there and play your game. You're here for a reason. And once I kind of fully dove into that, I just kind of understand that when I'm having fun, I'm playing better, and it's a game I've been playing since a little kid. So just go out there and enjoy it early.
Great, thank you, Grady.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. That's all the players coming through here. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so some quick thoughts. The talk about Grady and anxiety, coupled with the talks about Grady and efficiency, coupled with talks about Grady and defense, coupled with Grady and shooting streaks, coupled with Grady and his woeful appearance at Summer League, I got to tell you, if you're a little bit bearish and worried about Grady Dick going forward, I hear you. That being said, the potential of it is still very much there. Big movement shooters who can pass, rebound, and potentially defend do not grow on trees. If he was a sure thing, he wouldn't be a 13th overall pick. You need certain things to go right with every 13th overall pick. If you didn't, they wouldn't be 13th overall picks. So beggars can't be choosers. You took a bat on upside. You decided to pass on Jordan Hawkins. You decided to pass on Kobe Buffkin. You decided to pass on Keontae George because you saw more potential in Grady Dick. Granted, I understand that. At the same time, I think that it's worth noting that there are some big question marks that he needs to answer soon. And being a starting shooting guard on this team, I think is going to put him into a very tough position defensively. And I hope that anxiety is not a part of the equation right now because you're going to get tested. There's a diamond tester. Being a 20-year-old in the NBA is not hard. You know, I mentioned earlier that the Raptors are not that young. Well, Grady is that young. Grady and Jacoby, and those are your only options at the two guard, unless you're going to play Ochai Abaji or Davion Mitchell. You're going to go 4-on-5 every single night, and every single lineup is going to be 4-on-5. I cannot think of a single lineup that is not 4-on-5. That's the problem. That's the official problem for this team. You know, last year you had this lineup that could win minutes, right? And it was your starting lineup. It was Dennis, OG, Scottie, Pascal, Jakob. Take one of those guys out, swap somebody in, maybe you lose some minutes, right? You put a Jalen McDaniels in, you put a Gary Trent Jr. in, suddenly you're starting to lose minutes. So, look, I think there's a version of this that goes horribly. I think there's a version of this that goes really well. Nothing that I haven't said before. There's a lot of variables. The Raptors preseason is 6 days away, as Vegan Grass alluded to earlier. That's awesome. I'm excited to see this all come together. Look, the best version of Grady and the worst version of Grady are so far apart. I can't even bring it to words. He's worked on his body. He's stronger. Strength was a huge part of why he struggled last year. So I'm just hoping that those first year jitters, that he's just remarkably candid about it, because players would be lying. You'd be lying if you're an NBA player and you just come out and like, I belong. Well, then congratulations, you're Scottie Barnes. But I think the vast majority of NBA players, when they're 19 years old, coming off of one college season and are, you know, going up against grown men every single night and starting and lead rotation minutes, yeah, it's perfectly okay to be a little bit starstruck, to be a little bit nervous your first time around. And yeah, I just think what Grady and Jacoby provide is something the Raptors just simply did not have outside of Fred VanVleet in terms of movement shooting. And when you couple in Immanuel Quickley, do we remember like a couple of years ago, there was like two major deficiencies on this team? There was no center and there was no shooting. You couldn't shoot. You didn't have a center. Well, congratulations. Now you have a center and a lot of guys can shoot. Scottie can shoot now. I expect Scottie to be up to 36, 37% from three this year. No cap. I expect him to be that good. I think his form is better. I really, that's all he's worked on all summer, is largely getting into his own offense. And that's something that he was just so deficient at last year. And if you remember last year, the RJ plus Immanuel Quickley plus Scottie, like that lineup with Jakob, they were winning some games. They got a slew of injuries, but they were winning some games. And look, man, I think we all live in the prison of the moment where the last thing we see is so much more important than the third last thing we saw, right? Recency bias is a real thing. And the Raptors are coming off a season in which they finished with the seventh best odds at the lottery. And, or was it sixth? Was it sixth or seventh? I think it was sixth. So they finished as the sixth worst team in the league, right? And that's bad. For a lot of people, that's really bad. That sounds like a terrible team. But can we take a second to examine how they got there? They started Malik Williams at center. They played a ton of players. They had the second most players total played. They had a guy who was busted. Sorry, so they had one guy out for blood clots. They had one guy who was out for personal reasons, which included family relations. Another person who was out because his younger brother passed away. Another guy who was out because the league was looking into an investigation of him gambling. I mean, my God. Then you lost your starting center and you had no real backup center. And then you had a slew of trades, 3 separate major trades in which key rotation, 4 separate trades, 4. Fuck, man. Find me a time in Raptors history where you've had 4 major trades for key rotation players. And they would have had 5 if someone was willing to take on Gary Trent Jr. They would have traded 5. So here's the thing. Last year was destruction by design. This year is construction by design. And I'm just telling you, I don't think you're the 6th worst team in the league. I really don't. I think you're probably the 10th to 12th worst team in the league. And I think some of those teams, like the 14th worst team or the 15th worst team, might get off to a really bad start and decide that they're just going to tank. And I think you're going to be decent by default. And at the trade deadline, do not be surprised if that Indiana pick, Kelly Olynyk, Bruce Brown, Jakob Poeltl, some of these things are dangled up to get an upgrade. A Jared Allen, a Brandon Ingram, a Zach LaVine. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'll be very curious to see where this season leads the Toronto Raptors. I'm obviously very excited. I think this season is going to be super fun. I think you're going to have a lot of fun with the 905. I can't wait to attend some of those games in the 905. Again, as Darko said very eloquently, this is a house. We gotta be patient with the foundation. We gotta see how this goes. But the hardest thing about rebuilding, look at any team that's rebuilding right now: Washington, Detroit, Charlotte, Toronto, Portland. Which one of those teams would you bet on the future with, right? Which one of those teams do you feel has that core piece that you can build forward with? Some people say it's Brandon Miller. Some people do. But let me tell you something. The Orlando Magic, midway through Paolo's rookie season, turned a corner. They were very young, very offensively deficient. If this team right here, Scottie Barnes levels up, they start buying in on defense, they correct some of their schemes, they take some internal growth from there. One of these second draft guys, Ochai or Davion, develop into anything. Grady's ahead of schedule. Immanuel Quickley's work starts paying off. RJ takes some professional pride defensively. Guess what? Now you have 5 picks in the next 2 drafts that are tradable. I believe it's 5 picks in the next 2 drafts. If I'm not mistaken. It is 5 picks in the next 2 drafts. Now I'm not suggesting parsing out trading away picks for nothing. I'm not suggesting make another Jakob Poeltl trade. But hey, there's a big difference this time. You're supporting a young core. You're supporting a core of a 23-year-old, a 24-year-old, and a 25-year-old, as opposed to supporting a core where your key pieces are 30 years old and in contract seasons. And also, an underrated part of this, you guys are locked up long term. Almost every single player is locked up long term. The only contract of consequence this season, Ochai, Davion, both expirings, Bruce Brown expiring. Okay. RJ extension eligible at the end of the year, right? Scottie, all NBA. Those are your contract variables. The rest of these guys, okay, Chomche is 2-way. There's some incentive to be good, I guess. You could say that. But apart from that, what is your incentive? Okay, you're gonna have Bruno Fernando on a potentially expiring deal if his contract gets guaranteed. There are plenty of ways the Raptors can go right now. There's guys in Europe that could help you easily to stock up some of the issues on your team. Shout out to Bruno Caboclo, probably. There are guys who are currently in the G League who can probably help you a little bit more than some of the guys on your roster right now. Someone was asking me the other day, hey, Markelle Fultz. Markelle Fultz is currently better than 6 players on your active roster. If you ever become serious about winning, sign Markelle Fultz to a minimum deal. So look, the Raptors have some pivotability, some flexibility. Okay, if they end up being ahead of schedule, they can pivot. And by the way, they don't have to give away every first round pick to pivot. It's actually not that difficult. All you have to do to pivot, honestly, is take on a little bit more salary length than you currently have. You have a ton of roster flexibility. You have a ton of cap flexibility. Use it. Use it and support this core. And look, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. The Raptors have always shown a willingness to support good work. Okay? They're not going to tear this down. I promise you. If you start out 7-10, they're not tearing this down. Even if you start out 7-12, I don't think they're going to tear this down. This will have to go really bad for the first 20 games. The Raptors will have to flame out, have an unforeseen injury. That's what it'll take for them to start pulling the plug and start trading away some of the vets. And again, somewhat underrated. I understand Kelly Olynyk is 33. My bad on that. I legit thought he was born in 93. He's born in 91. I feel like an asshole. Guys like Kelly, guys like Jakob, guys like Bruce, when they're engaged, they can be absorption machines for the young players, right? This stuff is so underrated, but playing with these guys every day forces maturation, shows growth. You know, one of these things, like, I know it's not completely the same. And I get that, but you know, when you have a dog, when you get a new puppy, one of the best things for the new puppy is to have an existing older dog that's very well trained, so the puppy can learn. It's one thing for a human being to teach a dog how to be a dog, but you know who the best person to teach a dog how to be a dog? A dog, and that often helps. So you know, the best thing to help a young player grow is another player, and those Charles Oakleys, and you know, we often forget those vets, the ones who help you win. Take a through line through the 3 surprise seasons in Raptors history. Take a through line. The 3 surprise seasons in Raptors history, and 2 of them feature an abundance of vets coming into the system. But really, it was an abundance of guys who know how to play basketball, right? Garbajosa, Anthony Parker, Jose Calderon, TJ Ford, super smart players. Smart players equal winning. You know, when you tanked in Tampa, that was an artificially bad team. They tanked to be bad. They were never a 24, 26 win team that got Scottie Barnes. They weren't that bad to begin with, right? So you take into consideration that the Raptors were not as bad as they were last year. Their record is totally misleading. In my estimation, a fully healthy, without all the disruptions, without all the scandals, if this team last year, which is Scottie last year, RJ last year, Immanuel last year, Darko in year 1, all these guys, if these guys had a full year and they tried their best, they'd be a 33-win team, I think. Now, Scottie's way better. Darko's probably better. Grady's a year ahead. Okay. Hopefully nobody gets busted on another scandal. Nobody gets banned from the league for doping or gambling. Okay. RJ is better. Immanuel Quickley is better. All these guys have played together longer. You start to see a real path to like 41, 42 wins. And I'm telling you, this can be boosted up to 47 very quickly because the teams around you suddenly have a very strong reason to tank. You heard it here first. There's a better chance that the Raptors win 47 or 48 wins than there is that the Raptors win 25. I'll catch y'all later. Was Garbo a grizzled prototype of Scottie? My God. Very far apart players, but I understand where you're coming from. I need to see Scottie in purple with the dino egg. Last 2 lives have been fire. Shout out Rob plus callers. Thanks a lot, Cast2929. Appreciate the love, appreciate the support, and appreciate the first super chat of this 4-hour live. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for this. And thank y'all, the 200 plus of you who've pretty much been in here from the start. This is a 4-hour live. It was a little bit late. And I'll tell you, I'm really glad we did it a little bit late because I needed some time to digest some of it. Sometimes when you are reacting to things as they're happening and you're trying to keep up, I can't stop, right? Because if I stop, I'm behind. So it is actually, I know that it's bad for the money and it's bad for the algorithm to do it later, but it was actually great for me to do it later because I'd like to be able to stop, you know? All right. I With the 3 hours on the panel and the 4 hours here, that's 7 hours of talking into a microphone. Granted, I didn't talk that much on the panel today, which is probably good to save my voice. But thank y'all for supporting this channel as always. I'm looking forward to regularly scheduled content, being back on the grind. My girlfriend is currently in San Francisco, so I am taking this week to reorganize my life. And I'm going to tell you, this is just totally off the cuff. And I have something in the oven that's probably burnt to crisp by now because I wasn't supposed to talk this long. But I'll say one last thing. I've been watching a ton of movies. I think I mentioned this on a previous live. I've been watching a ton of movies, and I had this rule that I'm not going to watch any movie again, that it's going to be new movies every single day. I'm going to tell you something. If y'all are a fan of a horror film, if you guys like horror films, there's a film on Netflix called The Wailing. Bro, this film will fuck you up. I'm not even kidding. This movie is so damn good. It's a South Korean film. It's, brace yourself, it's 2.5 hours long. Not a boring beat at all. There's tons of great movies, that I've watched over the last few months. This is one of the best ones. So go chill with your girlfriend. Girlfriend is in San Francisco, bro. I'm not in San Francisco. Anyways, I'm gonna talk to you later, and I will probably do a live tomorrow or the next day. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.